Thank you for coming. Are you guys having a good PAX? Yeah. Good. Great to hear it. So we're going to go ahead and introduce ourselves.
Wolfie.
And this is our moderator.
He's behind the scenes guy.
Can you change the slide, bud? So, my name is Garrett. I go by he, him. I have starred in some abridged series on YouTube in the past. I am an active Twitch streamer, and I am a lover of various cartoons, anime series, and especially narrative-driven story games. I like all games, but I really do like a lot of narrative-based games that have a lot of heavy voice acting involved. Definitely one of my interests and passions.
My name's Serena. I go by she, her, or they, them. And currently starting out beginner on voice acting stuff, beginner moderate, in a cyberpunk podcast right now called Under the Electric Stars. On Twitter, there's a network called the Aster Podcasting Network. If you guys want to check it out, there's a whole branch of casting directors and people looking for VAs within the community, just throwing roles out there, and I definitely recommend you look into it. Some of my favorite things is I am reading off the screen as if I don't know anything about myself. Oh yeah, I'm working on a book, so I like to write a lot. It's a high fantasy LGBTQ plus book. Hoping to get that out later next year. And also commissioning a person within the community as well to do the front cover for it. So I'm excited about that. And then, yeah, I like 80s aesthetic and stuff, vaporwave and all that. Yeah, that's about me. We can go to the next slide. All right, so part of the reason why I wanted to do this panel with Garrett was, well, first of all, this was our first panel in a while that we've done for a con. I was in an Attack on Titan Cosplay 1 in 2015, and that was the first and last panel I've ever did. And so, yeah, this one is more to do with talking about representation and resources and what we can do as a community, or if you're an ally, and how to get words around there, or even resources for you guys to check out, because this is something very important to us, and I feel like this is a good convention to talk about those sort of issues and how everyone can help each other out.
So, you know, unfortunately, not everybody gets the freedom in their current environments of family or friend groups to express themselves through gender identity or sexual orientation, and many don't even discover who they are until their late teens or early 20s. I didn't figure out who I was till I was 19 years old. Some even longer. It's really important to get representation, the representation we need through various types of media, whether it's official, LGBTQ plus voice actors we admire, or inclusive networks and casting calls, or getting the word out as a community to provide tips for people in the community. I know as a trans man myself, it's hard to feel like you have a resource, or you feel like there aren't a lot out there for how to take care of yourself and your voice as you transition. So why should it be important to you? So with help and support to do with either resources, links, or representation, we can reduce what mental hardships we as LGBT plus people go through each day trying to navigate kind of the same system that a lot of people get to go through with a lot more ease.
And then this quote is one that I've always for a while kind of abided by and thought about frequently. And that's by Barbara Giddings, and it says, "Equality means more than just passing laws. The struggle's really won in the hearts and minds of the community where it really counts." And that is something that is very true, and I feel like for most of you probably relate to that as well, because you're not, passing laws, you're not just always getting what you want or getting to where you want to be. It's the positivity and the upbringing that comes with building that community in various ways that helps progress that stuff.
Laws are great, but sometimes pushing representation and getting that visualization out there for people and normalizing it can be a really big factor in moving forward. Oh, you skipped one.
Oh, yeah.
So we're going to go over some LGBTQ plus rep that's been in television. Here are some examples and instances of representation in television of our community. Keep in mind that networks and TV companies don't always approve of what would have aired on TV. So a lot of what we've seen has been done in part by individual creators who are pushing for representation in their media.
And this is one of my favorite examples. Because Gravity Falls is a show that's very near and dear to me for multiple reasons. The creator, Alex Hirsch, is very much someone who pushes for that type of progressiveness and representation in different ways. But my favorite is the two cops that were supposed to be explicitly a thing. But of course in media, not everything is really set in stone, especially with the networks trying to hold back on stuff. And Alex Hirsch was very much, and still is, that advocate for those types of things. As you can see in this tweet, he's literally like, "I tried." And that's a Disney XD thing. So we're gonna go ahead and play that clip so that we can see all their cute moments together.
Interactions and some of the queer coding he managed to get through.
How about you leave the investigating to the grown-ups, okay?
Attention all units, Steve is going to fit an entire cantaloupe in his mouth. Repeat, an entire cantaloupe.
It's a 2316.
Let's move.
I'm gonna get to use my nightstick.
You ready? You ready, little fella? Woo, woo. Another hydrant destroyed. It's a gosh dang mystery.
Want to take off our uniforms and run around in circles?
Quit reading my mind.
Ring, 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 ring.
He sure loves his bell. Deputy Derlin, maintaining this cover-up is the mission we've been training for our entire careers. Are you ready?
Woo!
If being delightful was a crime, you'd be breaking the law.
Woo! We got fold-out beds.
Good thing I brought my book of spooky ghost stories.
I brought rope for friendship bracelets.
There is no escape. I gotta take a knee.
Are you okay? Can I get you anything?
Edwin Derlin, you are a diamond in the rough. Vacation? What place have you always wanted to visit? 1, 2, Silly Water Fun Slides in Grand Lakes, Michigan.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. You make a great me.
No, you make a great me.
No, you do.
Have you lost weight?
Finally, someone noticed. What?
I'm scared.
Me too. The time we spend together is treasure enough.
So that's just one of the many few interactions we have between LGBTQ plus people on screen. It is very, in ways, of course, there's always not everything has to be explicitly stated, but the thing is, with a lot of networks, they just go ahead and they do just that. They don't explicitly state anything. And so there is a lot of questioning to do with there's always the really good friends thing, which there's always a lot of miscommunication, or the creators say one thing and it ends up being something different. But Alex really pushed for them to be a couple, and as you can see in the clips, they're very much the old married couple taking jabs at each other, and they confess things to each other too, and I think they're a good form of representation, because not even only is it for the LGBT plus community, but even Disney doing relationships between different races as well. This is really good. So, we have two forms of representation here.
It was definitely a good step forward, and, Gravity Falls is an older show. So Alex Hirsch has definitely been someone who's started to try to pave the way. Slowly but surely over the years, we've started to make more and more progress in media, especially more animated media, where voice actors can start to shine and start to step into roles that represent them as well.
How about you leave the...
All right.
So Legend of Korra is a wonderful example of that. Another just kind of, what's the word? They definitely paved the way. They're one of the first instances of really getting a more unquestionable relationship on the screen. While they still weren't able to do something explicit, they are definitely some of the founders of getting this into animation moving forward over the past decade. So The Legend of Korra, although there were vague hints at a romance between Korra and Asami, at the time, Nickelodeon thought that a same-sex kiss would be too explicit, leaving not much choice if the creators wanted their last episode to air. Even though the creators pushed for it, it did not pass, and left the kiss to be carried over to the comics, where they've managed to be able to really explore Korra and Asami's relationship and bring that forward for a lot of our generation that have grown up with the show and the characters.
And then we got, sorry.
No, go ahead. We got to have that in the comics.
Yeah. So, and the funny thing is that, well, it's not really funny, but we know that this is, the reason why they halted the whole same-sex relationship thing was because of the network itself. Because we have one of the creators, Michael Dante DiMartino, who worked on some of the comics for Dark Horse, where they did implement that into the comic series, which is awesome. So we know that, that the creators were for it as well. And I think, if I recall correctly, they also had, I believe, Aang's daughter, or Aang and Katara's daughter, Kaya, in the comics. If any of you guys have read those, mentioned she had a girlfriend at one point too. Mm-hmm. I see people shaking their heads. Yeah. Which is awesome as well. So, comics, representation, great. TV is the main, what we need to
start working on, more and more. Mm-hmm.
All right, so I know that J. Michael Tatum was one of the first voice actors in the industry that I've been familiar with. Some of the characters he voices are Sebastian and Black Butler. He does the English VA for Kyoya in Ouran High School Host Club as well. And then, Erwin in Attack on Titan. But he is an openly gay individual. I believe he said that him and his husband met, it was through Funimation Studios, but it was like for a panel at a con, which is awesome. And there's a couple articles and interviews where he talks about that and just kind of like, you know, well, how did your family respond? How did the network respond? And he was very much like, you know, who cares what, who cares what family and network thinks? Like, so it's good to see that in actual voice actors themselves, because not always do we have the representation for, if we don't have representation for the characters themselves, it might be the voice actors, or if it's not the voice actors, it's the characters. And there's a very small select like pool of that where
And it actually intersects.
yeah, it actually intersects. Like very rarely do you have someone who's in the community that that is actually, or sorry, very rarely do people whose like characters are in the community, are they actually in real life part of the community too?
He's definitely a, like, you know, a lot of people have grown up with his voice acting in a lot of anime. He's definitely paved the way being an openly queer person in the industry. And I think that there's definitely a lot to be learned in the way he navigated his time and the way that he has gotten himself out there into the media. He's definitely inspirational. Another one's Elliot Page. I've always been a really big fan of him, and it's really incredible how much progress he's made in the past, gosh, year now. So he is a trans actor and LGBTQ plus activist. Elliot Page in his previous, the image here is Elliot Page in his previous role as Jody Holmes in Beyond Two Souls. His non-voice acting careers are what he's mainly known for, however. Another one is Kaden Jensen. Kaden is a trans woman, best known for her role as May Marigold in Rooster Teeth's long-running web series, Ruby. She is a longtime advocate for representation in media and accurate representation in voice acting. Very much she has always pushed for that we should be representing ourselves in media, and you know, there should be more opportunities for both LGBTQ plus characters as well as voice actors to kind of cross that line, that mesh, like, you know, trans characters should be played by trans actors, that kind of thing, and really open up that opportunity and destigmatize the idea that, you know, trans people sound a certain way, or, you know, that kind of thing. I know that it can be difficult to hear a character who is trans, but then they sound just like any other cis person, you know, kind of makes you feel like you're not being represented accurately. So May Marigold, luckily, is an explicitly stated trans character. She's unfortunately only briefly featured in season 7 and 8 as she is a side character, but it's nice that they really went out of their way to make sure it was written very clearly that that is who she is and that's how she's represented.
So when it comes down to it, how much representation do we actually have? Not much. It's between some and not at all. What could have been broadcasted in TV shows or on networks where creators themselves push for more rep, the networks tend to halt them, even in live action stuff as well. As for voice actors themselves, a simple Google search will only list a few big names, and then even then, they're not always paired with like either being in the community and their character themselves is LGBT plus or opposite of that. And there's a lot of like allies as well that voice LGBTQ plus characters. But of course, we do want to see more of the ones that like represent our identities. I also wanted to add that while it's on my mind, because I know even Haruhi in Oron High School Host Club, good representation.
Especially for the year that came out,
Yeah,
my goodness.
especially for the year. You know, like whether it's non-binary, whether it's gender fluid, etc. I really think that that character was like one of my role models, not gonna lie, low-key. But you know, I don't believe, anyone can correct me if I'm wrong, that the VA, Caitlin Glass, I'm not sure if Caitlin's LGBT.
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that I have seen in any form of media, which, like, Caitlin's great. But just to, goes to show that, again, with the statement, it's not always.
They don't always match, and
Yeah.
it'd be lovely to see a, gender nonconforming or non-binary actor also playing a role of a character, especially one that iconic. Definitely would have had an impact. So what can we/you guys do? So to help with those LGBTQ plus members in need or who have a loss for resources, who are wanting to build up their VA profile, experience, or community, in the next few slides, we'll talk about casting calls, specifically those that call for either, bi, trans, non-binary. They're looking for people who fit an identity, and I think that that's been a really great progressive push in the community. So they're looking for those kinds of individuals. We're gonna cover vocal care for those who are transitioning, and demo reel tips and format, as well as some recommended, kind of equipment or maybe where you could start. So general tips / kind of tips for those who are transitioning, vocal care wise. You definitely want to stretch but not strain your voice. Pushing yourself and getting used to HRT-based vocal changes is very important. I definitely don't push mine enough. I tend to talk a lot higher than I intend to. But it's important that you don't push through discomfort in your voice, because you can definitely risk damaging your voice in that way. You want to really warm up ahead of time too. So self-care is absolutely paramount. You want to keep yourself hydrated, you want to keep yourself active, and you want to keep yourself really mindful of your body and its needs. Your voice is an instrument and it's built into your body, so you have to really take that into consideration and treat it with care and mindfulness. And understand that the vocal changes that come with HRT take time. You may not see results, like kind of the results you want right away, but definitely persist and stay positive. And there's no one way that someone is supposed to sound after transitioning, and just kind of keep that positivity in mind, and don't hold yourself to a standard that might make you feel bad about yourself. You are your own person, and everyone is going to sound their own way. So getting used to your new range absolutely takes some practice and time. And then just kind of a general tip, but it's definitely good for anyone transitioning as well, is before recording to avoid caffeine, hydrate. You warm up your voice with gentle things, trying to go up your range, but do not push into a strain. And if it's cold, you definitely want to make sure that you're protecting yourself. It gets rather cold up here, especially in the winter. Wear a scarf, drink warm drinks, keep yourself really warmed up, and just kind of take care of that instrument prior to recording. It will show better results, but it will also just prevent harm while recording, especially if you've got a crunch or something, you're suddenly worried about, oh, am I going to get this recorded in time? You may strain it because you have not taken those steps beforehand. You're going to want to make sure you're taking care of yourself. Mine is a very much trans mask perspective also. I can't really speak on any trans femme perspective when it comes to voice, but I'd say this is a pretty general care for anyone.
And then we're gonna go ahead and go over some demo reel / audition tips and advice. Just stuff from what I've seen on like official casting call websites or Twitter as well, some smaller indie game studios that I've auditioned for, and then what they're looking for as far as guidelines. So demo duration. The standard for how your demo reel should run is typically about a minute to a minute and a half. You don't want to leave, if they ask like for you to like slate your name and your age and all that, you don't want to leave big gaps between either the audition lines themselves or your slate and the audition lines. So try to really cut down on, still leaving space in between takes, but not too much space to where they're like, oh my God, like this is taking forever to listen to. Another thing that I've actually had help with from some higher up VAs that have more experience in projects is pairing range with emotion. So that in your demo reel, the casting directors kind of get a taste of, like, you know, how much you can spread yourself in terms of that type of stuff. So, for example, like high voice, or maybe like you're trying to sound like a 8-year-old or 5-year-old or something, and you could pair it with being sad, or old person voice, sounding angry or maybe frustrated, stuff like that. And if you condense that all into like the minute and a half, you keep doing that, keep pairing emotions with ranges, and they get a pretty good understanding of how much you can do.
And definitely like pairing kind of unusual, like almost like doing the high voice that generally would be paired with maybe a more bubbly character or kind of like a happy emotion. Pairing that with that sad shows just how much you can kind of, like how far your ability goes. So definitely like, you know, or an elderly person usually just kind of sounds kind of friendly or tired. So kind of going on that angry route can show just your ability to diversify yourself.
All right. Definitely keep an eye out for what casting directors want, because I've seen several different takes on things. Make sure to go over, do they want MP3 export? Do they want WAV or WAVE? I don't even know how to say it. .wave export. How many takes do they allow? Do you record all of your first line takes? Do you do first line, then second line, then first line, then second line if you're doing multiple? They might ask, put your full name in the title, put your character name, put the project name and the email subject. Or some projects just say simply to like reply to them with your demo reel, which makes things easier, but it's good to know how to format things as well. And then for starting out, microphones like Blue Yeti, stuff like that, simple program like Audacity, which I use. Don't do too much overly on like editing out stuff, like a simple noise reduction will help out. Makeshift sound booth, I also put 2 photos of. Those are stuff you can get on Amazon. So they're like, if you can't have access to or build your own like giant sound booth, a makeshift one, like a tiny phone cubicle would be good. You put your microphone right in there. And then as you go on, more bigger projects will ask for like the XLR mics, the interface. They might have you set your interface to like a certain, you know, volume amount or decibel amount. And yeah, just to see how crisp and clean you guys can get that quality.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of little details to keep track of. Keeping track of them can be a big difference. They definitely want to see that you can follow those directions and follow the format that they're looking for. And you're going to want to become familiar with their different needs and knowing how to kind of meet those for various casting directors, since there's no standard across the board.
This is a list of resources that I've collected from browsing on Twitter or browsing other sites. There's a trans voice actors Discord, guys. They have like, if you need questions or answers, they have like official casting calls. They have a section for paid casting calls. They're very organized. They have a promotion section too for your work. Some Twitter accounts. It's a Showtime is looking for community VAs. Less is more. It's about like dead characters trying to be funny. They're looking for stuff too. 2.5 Studios is really good. Jenna Oliver is, I think, actually doing a, what's it called? Oh, a visual, like, romance story as a game called Walker Aphelion, I believe. She's also LGBT plus member. Storysite Studios is really good, and they have mobile games as well you can audition for. And then QueerVox LGBTQIA plus directory, you put your like user handles, you put your name, pronouns, what characters you're comfortable with voicing into a database, and then they send you emails or messages based on characters available for those preferences.
some really good resources for getting in touch with people and kind of connecting as a whole into communities that are trying to expand representation and expand who is voicing in the community now.
Some other websites, Casting Call Club is like the main one. There's fan projects on there. There's abridged casting calls. Sometimes there's casting calls for mods for game, like I've seen Skyrim, I've seen Fallout, a whole bunch of other ones. Voices 123, that one I'm on, but it's more of like voiceover in terms of like commercials, podcasts, other stuff. I've seen good paid projects on there. BehindTheVoiceActors.com is really good. And then IWannaBeAVoiceActor.com. I think Brizzy Voices on YouTube recommended that one too. Backstage.com and Fiverr. People are looking for actually quite a bit of VAs for their projects, or animatics even. That's a really good site to start on too. And then we wanted to open the floor to some questions if anyone had some. I know it's a Sunday and everyone's tired. But really, any questions you guys have, more than welcome to.
So there is actually a mic set up that you can actually come up to.
We have a feedback mic. If you guys want to line up, ask anything, literally anything.
Yeah.
Doesn't even have to be related.
Is it already on?
I think it's on.
I don't.
Should be.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
So I was wondering, you mentioned like listing characters you're comfortable voice acting. What if you don't? What if you have a hard time identifying what your voice sounds like? Like have a hard time telling, like what you would work for?
Could you phrase it in like a?
Like what kind of characters you would fit? Having a hard time identifying that.
So you're saying like on the directory where you could input your name and everything, and you can input what you were comfortable with? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah.
What you're comfortable with?
Well, like what? Like
what
what?
would be cast? Oh, okay.
Yeah. What your voice would be fit for?
Okay. I'd say, like, ideally with the directory, you're definitely going to want to put what you're comfortable with and see what, you know, if you, I know personally I would not want to be contacted for female roles. So though my voice may range in that direction, that is not something I'm comfortable doing. And if you want to expand and you want to try, you can certainly do so, but you should do so at your own comfort as well.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
So what can people who are outside of the voice acting industry and just out of the animation industry do to show support for, more diverse roles in media, show companies that there's a desire for a more diverse role, and just, what avenues are they receptive to? What can we do that would actually help you all out?
So
Like on the outside, you
On
think?
the outside, yeah.
I would say if you have like social, like a Twitter, there's a lot of stuff that gets spread around on there, retweeting people's work. I know both me and him have directly linked casting calls to each other, exchange messages, be like, hey, I think you'd be a good fit for this casting call. So we'd send it over, stuff like that, and then even other resources.
I'd say just definitely like if you are able to find people, or even if you wanted to enter into those spaces like the Discords and things like that and help with promoting people who are in those spaces, there's people who are promoting themselves, maybe they're going through Twitch to build a community or any number of other avenues. They could have a YouTube channel where they do their voice acting reels or little snippets. There's ways that you could reach out, find that, and then share their work and show support in that way as well. I think that would be a good way to support someone in the community.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, as someone who wants to create projects that include various LGBTQ people, especially trans people, how do people, well, specifically creators, help find various LGBTQ voice actors, and how, when we get them, how do we make sure they are treated right, that they feel comfortable working?
I'd say, well, as far as finding them, like we've said, I've seen a lot going around on Twitter. I feel like that's the main hub for sharing information.
As well as that Discord that you shared,
Yeah.
since it was especially trans-based. As for like keeping them comfortable and really making sure that you're meeting their needs as someone directing them, just make it an open conversation. Like, treat it with kindness and treat it with respect. But, I certainly would not take any offense. It was like, hey, are you comfortable with this? Are you comfortable with this range? Are you comfortable with how this is being presented? Open communication is one of the first keys, and I think that normalizing those kinds of conversations is especially important as well. So you wanting to go out of your way to do that and to make people more comfortable within a community and an industry is really admirable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey there, first off, thank you for coming here and making this panel today. I am a trans woman, and I've had a lot of experience with voice acting, particularly doing fan dubs of like manga and comics, and I've led some projects myself. But ever since I realized that I'm a trans woman, I've had this nagging feeling in the back of my mind, oh God, do I have to start voicing female characters now? So is it appropriate for someone of me, a trans woman, to play both sides, as it were, doing both male and female characters, or do I have to start sticking with female voices, or what?
I think that it's based off of what you're comfortable with. If you are comfortable still voicing, male characters or male-sounding characters, then there's nothing wrong with that. Your voice and how you sound, it doesn't have to fit that binary. I personally don't think so. Kaden, who I use as an example, I know that she still voices kind of characters across the gender board because she does have that range. She goes for female characters, but I believe she still does quite a bit of like background male character voices as well, more so background ones, but she has that range and she utilizes it. I mean, there are plenty of female voice actors, cisgendered female voice actors who voice male characters, across the board. I think it's what makes you comfortable and what you think that you would fit for. So I don't think you have to be stuck in a box.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Hi there.
Hi.
I had a quick question about, so I already have a fairly low register, but I've noticed that even when I go lower, I still sound fairly feminine. And besides just working on range, do you have any tips for sounding more authentically male in some cases? Because I could go low, but I still sound like a person doing a boy voice, Well,
that's my struggle as a trans guy, trust me.
That's why I'm here asking for tips.
It's definitely that speaking from your chest. My husband does it way better. My husband's also transitioning, and I don't know how he talks as deep as he does. It drives me crazy. So as you can tell, I keep pushing myself higher. I have to get you have to kind of pull yourself also out of that mentality. I know a lot of us who are like AFAB or raised female, we learn that polite lit to our voice. Yeah. I am constantly doing it. I'm still doing it. Yeah. So it's very much about reaching down into that lower register, like you said. And you have to, I guess another good thing would be to kind of study the way more like cisgendered men voice act and kind of their cadence. Again, I'm not a great example at that. I'm still really learning my transitioning voice and getting used to it. But I'd say to really kind of utilize that, see the way that they kind of, like the rhythm and the cadence of their voice, and try to follow that. And really talk out of that deeper register and try to avoid that. Like when you're doing maybe a polite or happy line, try to avoid that natural lit that you're probably prone to, like I am.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. To add on to that, as far as kind of getting that guttural sound, position's really important too. There are some voices that I can do when I'm sitting down that I can't do when I'm standing up, and vice versa. I know a lot of people animate themselves in the studio when they're recording. Posture is really important, and then even certain mouth placement or the way you shape it's really important too. Because I can go low, but It's still hard for me with like a high voice, but I definitely get the lower sound when I'm standing up, and you can like literally feel it in your gut when you talk, so. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
As someone who wants to try to go on to make an LGBTQ plus cartoon someday, and is currently only really doing that through doodles and MS Paint.
Yeah.
Do you have any tips or resources for people to try and get together for things like storyboarding or just general group ideas, not to officially start something, but to just try to collaborate and make something solid as a foundation?
I'd say, I don't know if you use Twitter, and I know we keep bringing up Twitter, but that is a pretty good resource for getting into touch with people and kind of starting to build a community. From there, you could also start a Discord server. It does not have to be something official. It can be people just getting together to share ideas, share thoughts, and collaborate together. It's such a great forum, and it kind of archives your work and archives what you're doing, and it can be so neatly organized that I think it would be a really good way to bring in, you know, artists from the community, voice actors from the community, that kind of thing, and really come together to share those thoughts and ideas towards what you're aiming for, because it's really incredible.
I was gonna say, Casting Call website has, you can do storyboard artists on there too. You can be like looking for a storyboard artist, looking for a music composer, and people can apply through there as well.
And you could definitely list that, you know, it's free, you're looking to kind of start collaborating, it is not, you know, an official series start of a project as well, but that's what you're seeking if that's what they are also looking for.
I see. Sorry to ask, could you put it on the screen once more, all the links?
Oh yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no
no
problem.
Hi, I was just wondering if you have any tips on making your voice sound more androgynous.
That's tough. You're voicing a non-binary character currently, aren't you?
Yeah, so with that, like I had said previously, even though like the guttural sound is kind of hard to do for me, I really, it's so weird to like, you know, there's of course no set, like what is an androgynous voice, but if we're talking like middle ground between like high pitch, low pitch, I think one of my favorites that I try to replicate when I'm voicing my character in the Cyberpunk podcast is Lin Beifong from Avatar. She has that very, well, she's authoritative, of course, but she has that very mid-ground voice, and I've always liked that. And in the past, I was like, why can't I get my voice like hers? I'd say she's a really good example. I did like, or I still do even try and replicate that. Breathing's
key.
Yeah, breathing's key for that. I feel like every time I do that voice, it's just like it's like a very like gust of, you know, like air coming out, but it's like from the stomach.
You're breathing really deeply
yes,
from your diaphragm.
Very solid.
Pulling from that lower register, and like you're like kind of breathing through the diaphragm, but pulling from your chest. So that's the thing too, especially when you're speaking from your lower register, you should be feeling it like more here and here than up in your throat in any way. So it should definitely be coming from lower, and you can kind of start to hit that middle ground where people speak from. And again, there's no set androgynous voice, but if you're looking to go lower, then that's gonna be the techniques you would use to get your voice into that lower register.
Very cool. Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
If anyone else had any more questions or even comments too, we would appreciate it. We actually have quite a bit of time. Can literally ask what we had for breakfast this morning. But if not,
there's one right here.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Hey.
Hi. So I'm not queer, and anyway, even though I did try to be at one point. Didn't work out. But I see a lot of like kind of connections with like the disability community, which I think has even less representation and even less representation even in voice acting and such.
Absolutely.
And I'm like, you know, as a neurodiverse and somewhat disabled kid, it's very interesting, you know, to have that kind of connection type of thing, because it's like, you know, making connections and such. And I would love, and it's interesting because it's just something I was thinking about, but also like, you know, I want to be more supportive as well and try to help. I'm not really like a creator or anything like that, or just not even in voice acting, but I do like to play around with my voice. And I have like vocal training, so it's like a lot of these tips work really well in general, like learning your range, be careful, don't let it get to your throat, don't have it hurt because it can kill your voice, like that type of stuff. That's very important. And that's just something I was thinking of. I don't know. It's just a random thought.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah,
thank you.
for sharing that
And
with us.
I mean, we are both neurodivergent as well.
Yeah.
Pretty much everyone we know is. We live in a house of 6 people, and all of us have all of our different neurodivergent needs. It is chaos trying to make it all work, but disability definitely needs some more representation across the board in a lot of ways. So yeah, that's not really the subject, and I have to say I'm not in any way an expert on dealing with voice acting with a disability, especially as blanket as that gets, but it's something that's important as well. Disability issues and queer issues definitely intersect.
Hello.
Hi.
This may come off as a little weird. As a cishet white dude and audience member, is there something from your perspective as a trans man or your perspective as a woman that you would like to see more from us as audience members?
Absolutely.
Support.
Absolutely.
Please share.
No, yeah. Like, a lot of times, like, people on social media or other stuff kind of like, you know, there's instances where I get where people could kind of be like, well, sometimes allies don't do that much for us, and I get, like, their frustration. But, you know, like, when we have people like you or other people coming up genuinely asking, like, what can I do to help? It's, like, support is really important. And, like, I've always thought, you know, that the allies definitely matter in the community in terms of helping out. And, you know, when some people try and just shut them down, it's like, okay, well, what about the people who are actually trying to help us? Like, that's not, you know.
I think similar to the previous support question is getting in there and really making those connections to find people who are trying to break through and supporting them, promoting their work, sharing their work. Another thing would be just kind of like normalizing, again, the conversations around things like pronouns, about range comfort, about, like, you know, it's normal to be questioned what you may or may not be comfortable being represented as or putting yourself out there as. So kind of just bringing those conversations in, or if you're ever in you know, a situation where someone is making someone feel bad because they want to have that conversation, is, you know, like, no, we're gonna have this, we're gonna talk about this is important. I'd say that kind of support and kind of using that, your place outside of the community to support people within it. So, appreciate it, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for indulging me.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi there, straight ally voice actor. Thank you so much for making this panel today.
Thank you for coming.
One of the biggest questions that I get a lot is from all different walks of life is performance anxiety. How do you deal with that? And I would love to hear your guys specifically, like especially for this community, what are your opinions on the best coping mechanisms for performance anxiety and those internal and external voices saying this voice is not valid?
I could go off on that.
Sure, yeah.
I actually have social anxiety, which is funny considering how I'm here today. It's like some instances where I can kind of factor in, well, how much is my anxiety gonna be today? And there's either days where it's pretty bad and I gotta push through it, or there's days where I'm like, you know, I could write it out today. Specifically for voice acting, I still get really weird when my partner's in the same room. And sometimes I'll kick him out and be like, you need to leave, I need to record lines. And he's like, it's fine, I'm comfortable, just listening. I'm like, no, well, I'm not, you need to go now so I can be alone. If you have a time where you're kind of struggling, I would recommend, if you can have access to a quiet space where you could just be yourself, which is something I struggle a lot with, it would be definitely something to look into. Or for example, maybe like rotate out of a room with someone, kind of be like, hey, if you're not using this area, could I set up my stuff here? Or if someone's gone for the day, you could ask to like record in a secluded space.
It's taking that time for yourself and kind of studying yourself before it. I definitely have the voice issues, like kind of feeling like my voice is not valid. I actually have looked back and kind of regretted. I had a audition opportunity, I believe on the same podcast as you, for a character who was a trans man, and there was just a point where I was like, that's not, I won't match what they're looking for, despite the fact that, I should be exactly what they're looking for when it comes to terms, of my range. And it was kind of like, they're gonna want someone who sounds more traditionally masculine, they're gonna want, and so personally, I am still struggling to overcome that quite a bit. It's got a flavor of imposter syndrome. But I also know that you have to take a step back and own the fact that your voice is just as valid as anyone else's. Voices do not fit in a box across the board. I work with I have a coworker, we work on phones. So that's another thing is in my daily work, I deal with voice and the way my voice is perceived. I have a coworker, cisgendered man, just like, and he gets called ma'am more than I do. So, everybody's voice is different, and you can't let the binary boxes that the world has put all of us in kind of determine whether or not your voice is valid to qualify. And you kind of have to keep that in mind against the part of your mind that will tell you that you do not fit.
Hell yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Hell yeah.
Might as well ask, what was the podcast you I forgot your name, but
Serena.
yeah, sweet. What's the name of the podcast again? I might actually.
It's called Under the Electric Stars, and they have a website. They have a Twitter too. I think it's just UTES podcast on Twitter.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's not so much a question, but as a trans guy who actually works in a dispatch office with nothing but truck drivers, which is a little terrifying, just a tip for voice transitioning. I found that on my off time or when I was working overnights, singing to deep voiced songs, like Josh Turner was my main one, actually really helps naturally bring your voice down without the discomfort in a much more like simple way.
I really appreciate that, yeah, because I work in a hospital answering phones, and that is kind of my daily struggle is hearing the way I'm perceived every day. So that's, I work at night too, so
yeah,
I think we come from a similar place. I really appreciate that tip, and I think that's a great tip for anyone else here who
it helps a lot, and I do not get mistaken anymore, so it's good.
That's so wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much, yeah.
Hello again.
Hi again. That actually reminded me, for anyone who also wants tips, I took a class and they mentioned that in protecting your voice, don't like clear your throat, just swallow. And one of the exercises we did was we put a straw, like a plastic water bottle straw in your mouth and just hum around it, like with your mouth around it, because it helps loosen your vocal cords without straining them. So for both lowering your range and for just kind of opening up your voice, like if you feel like, oh, my voice is real weird in the morning, just humming into a straw, that has worked wonders for me.
That's such a wonderful tip. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Appreciate everybody sharing their tips as well. And again, this is what being part of a community is about.
I did also have a question.
Yeah, of course.
On the same line about anxiety and embarrassment stuff, I live currently at home. I'm moving out soon, thank God. But I have to deal with the embarrassment of making really odd noises in front of my parents. How do you have advice on how to make weird, like, running into a wall sound? Like
just run into a wall.
Like I'm looking at the scripts and it's like NGGGGH period, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah. So because I have so many roommates at home, I usually kind of give them a heads up. And literally the other day I was like, in the group chat, and I was like, I'm auditioning for a bird in this puppet game coming out next year. I'm gonna be making bird squawking noises for a while. And they're just like, okay.
She was like, if you hear me screaming, I'm fine. And I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'd say just kind of if you can have that privacy, but also I know parents can be especially difficult, but if you have the ability to just kind of be like, hey, you know, I'm doing a project, this is something I'm, you know, working on. It might be a little odd, you know, if you hear anything, I would appreciate some privacy while I'm doing it. And maybe if you're able to establish that boundary, again, I know it's tough. I come from a house with no boundaries. If you are able to establish that boundary and just kind of be like, I need that privacy, and I would prefer if you did not interrupt me in any way. If you can do that, it's definitely something that I would recommend doing.
How do you request quiet? Because that is a difficulty I experience. My dad is a Twitch streamer.
Oh, boy. Wow.
How do I say, can I have an hour of nothing, please?
Yeah, so I'd say just kind of, hey, the same way that I respect you in your streams and I try not to interrupt, I would appreciate if I could have, you know, an hour of time to record something in my time. Again, I know parents are tough and they have some bad double standards, but if you're respectful of his time, hopefully he can understand and respect yours as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then I also wanted to add, just as like a general kind of like throwing it out there thing, I know a lot of people think like, oh, I have to move to this city to do this, like voice acting, regular acting, all this. You don't. There's a lot of remote voice acting stuff going out right now that you could do.
From just about anywhere.
Yeah, like anywhere, like whether it's at like your house, you're traveling, you just bring your setup stuff.
Another resource, though I will say I have not used it myself, libraries do have workshop spaces in a lot of places, and those are quiet rooms that are, for the most part, pretty soundproof, because they don't want what noise you're making in there to get out into the main part of the library. It may be a resource you're able to lean on. If you can even just get a laptop and a mic into there, you might be able to get some actual work done if you don't have a quiet space of your own.
There's also, when I was in college, we had a piano and like sound recording booth. I don't know how like colleges or even high schools are near you guys or wherever you go, but there was like sign-up sheets during the semester where it's like, I want to use this recording booth for this amount of time. And it's like, it was free, but of course, you know, most of the time you have to pay to go to college, so it's technically not free. So definitely look into that. See what community colleges or regular colleges are doing. See if you can get access to that, because the peace and quiet that I had in there was so nice.
And they may even be open to just letting people in the community utilize that space, especially if it's not being utilized. So it's definitely worth a try. There are some community like resources and spaces in that regard. So.
Yeah. Is there any other questions, comments?
Tips to share? Because those were all really lovely. I appreciate everyone lifting each other up and sharing tips amongst each other.
Any favorite shows where you think the voice acting was like top notch? Huh? Oh yeah, that's okay. I need to watch that show. Oh wow. Nice.
Oh, yes, they're like a green character, right? Okay, yes, I've seen them. I'm like, I know which one I'm thinking of.
Yeah, and then, like I said, even look into local listings. Backstage, I've seen lots of, for those of you who are local, Seattle casting calls are on there a lot too. Even like 4 hours down south, Portland has some voice actor stuff going on where you can either do remotely or in person. A lot of stuff like that. But guys, you don't need to move to LA to do
We
that
moved
stuff.
from LA.
Yeah, we moved from California. So don't need to move to New York, any of that. Even Canada has a bunch of stuff too.
Yeah, Vancouver is actually really popular for animation and voice acting, so that's closer by at least if they had to have you come in. But voice acting is one of the few things that can be done remotely, especially in bigger industries. So I think it's definitely a strength that you can build your own space to do so. And it's, I think that's also what lets us have that room to grow and bring representation in, is you don't have to be, you know, an upper middle class person renting a $4,000 apartment in Los Angeles just to get the job done.
I also wanted to add, well, it was on my mind because I forgot to write this down. As far as trying to sound too much like a certain character that either you admire, you've seen in media, you don't always have to like get to that level of, let's say a casting director or a company wants like, hey, I want this like high-pitched tone, but you're thinking of like, oh, maybe I should sound like this high-pitched character. They are looking for like genuine all you unless they specify otherwise. Like I was giving an example to Garrett earlier today. I can't for the life of me remember his, it's J.K. Simmons, who plays Jonah Jameson, Spider-Man, who does Tenzin, Legend of Korra. You know, that voice is
iconic.
It's iconic, and it's his own. And there's no really, like, he just talks like that in real life. There's
you don't have to be a character to be recognized.
And he became known for his characters, for his, like,
natural
voice.
speaking voice.
Yeah, and then same with, what's his name? He voices the Disney California Adventures.
Oh my goodness,
I forgot his name. But there's a couple of those instances, and when you hear it on TV and you're just like, that's the one. Or even Kirsten Shaw, who plays Mabel in Gravity Falls and then plays Louise in Bob's Burgers.
That's just her.
That's just her. She's just like that. Yeah. But yeah, those are two of like my favorite examples. So definitely be yourself. I also wanted to mention, it was so funny. We have like 2 minutes left. Oh no, we have like 1 minute. All right.
Thank you all for coming.
Yeah, number 1. Thank you guys.
Thank you so much.
That's my man throwing down.
listen, I love you all. I have gotten no sleep. But I think we can manage more energy than that. Hello! That's great, fantastic. Hello! My name's Ben Padden. My pronouns are they, them, and I'm a British stand-up comedian living in Los Angeles. You might know me if you sat in seat 11E of my flight here from LA, or if you're a booking agent for a comedy club. Perhaps you recall looking at the top half and bottom half of this face and saying the words, "I'm sorry, but you're not what we're looking for." There's about a 50-50 chance that you remember me from my YouTube series Port Center, which I did for a number of years. I started it in 2011 and ran to about 2019. And I used to look at interesting ports, conversions, re-releases of old video games. And I don't know why I'm referring to that in the past tense, because I might be making more at some point in the future. Because if I don't, who else is going to make a video about the Game Boy Color version of Toy Story Racer? I think that that's something that we need. I will talk about it. It's going to happen. So this presentation, and it is a presentation, you'll notice it's just me here. There are no people here to give me an out if I suck. It's hard to have a panel with just one person on it. I can barely moderate myself when I'm standing in front of an open refrigerator, let alone when there's half a dozen others. We're off to a very good start, ladies and gentlemen, and variations thereupon. There we go. Fantastic. I do have my mask set to muffle. There's a little dial at the back. So if you can't hear me, that's on purpose. It is an aesthetic choice, and I hope you just roll with it. So my goal here today is a presentation. This is a celebration of the Worms franchise. I'll be recounting the history of the franchise, the highs, the lows, the secrets, and oddities that nobody knows about or cares enough about to remember. And according to the description in the program, I'll also be telling you the 3 things any Worms player needs to know to become a legendary Worms master. Now, I won't lie. I wrote the description for the guide. I don't remember writing these words. Why did I write this? I don't know what I was thinking when I submitted this panel. I don't know what they are. I have no idea. So I think what will happen is we'll just stumble across them together as we talk about the Worms series. I think that's probably good. I'll just make some up. Who cares? We're learning these things together. This presentation is also something of a little bit of a Trojan horse. Because I do have an ulterior motive in wanting to present it. I'm ashamed to say that I lied to you. I lied to PAX. I hope in time you can forgive me, because this isn't just, I don't just want to tell you about the Worms series. I want to tell you why Worms has the potential to be the greatest esports game of all time. I legitimately believe that, and we will be coming to that at the end of this presentation. And finally, before I crack on, I should point out that while this is a celebration of the Worms games, nothing I say here today is endorsed or authorized. Sorry, excuse me. Let me go back. There we go. Nothing I say here today is endorsed or authorized by Team 17. The practical upside of this is I can say things like Worms 3D was a bit crap without someone at Team 17 telling me I can't do that. I mean, they can if they want. Someone at Team 17 can very much tell me what I'm not allowed to say here. I don't have to listen to them. It's great. No one can stop me. None of you have the power to stop me from doing this. And there's no... well, I'll push on anyway. That's a little bit of trickery, ladies and gentlemen, and variations thereupon. So let's start from the beginning. It's 1990. Nelson Mandela has been released from a South African prison. Margaret Thatcher has resigned as British Prime Minister, but selfishly stopped short of dropping dead. In America, children worldwide in America, children nationwide are reeling after watching the last episode of DuckTales. Meanwhile, in England, Andy Davidson, with the slide load, please. Will you press the button? There we go. Andy Davidson, seen here showing off his worm, is using a Casio graphing calculator to code a turn-based artillery game that he's very cleverly called Artillery. In this game, players control teams of tiny soldiers as they take turns blowing each other up on a large map. It doesn't sound to me like it's going to catch on. By 1993, he's in university at this point, I believe. He's moved on to the Commodore Amiga. He's replaced the little soldiers with lemmings, because in 1993, if you're making a game for the Amiga, you're going to put lemmings in it. Those sprites are everywhere. They're very easy to pull from the game. But at a certain point, he decides, this is a little bit too copyright infringing, and he replaces them with worms. And there we are, and that is the very first worm sprite as it looked in 1993. Something else that happens in 1993 is that Margaret Thatcher stubbornly refuses to change from a living person to a dead one. I'm terribly sorry. There's not a lot we can do about that. So, in 1994, there is an Amiga magazine called Amiga Format, published by Future Publishing, and they have a competition, they have a game design competition where people can send in their floppy disks of Amiga games for the possibility of getting a publishing deal. Andy Davidson sends in his design for Worms. He puts the game, he's coded it in Blitz Basic. If any of you know what Blitz Basic is, I'm sorry. He's made the game, he sent it in, and he is shocked to discover he didn't win the contest. It didn't happen. It didn't make it to the finals. But that doesn't stop him. He's determined to get a publishing deal. He wants to get this game out into the world, and I don't blame him. It's a lot of fun. It's called Worms. At this point, actually, it's called Total Wormage. It's a great name. He's at ECTS in 1994, I believe. It's a industry trade show in the UK. And he approaches Team 17 software. Now, Team 17 software at this point are mostly known for a lot of Amiga games like Alien Breed, Super Frog, Body Blows. They are a heavy hitter in the world of Amiga gaming. And they offer him a publishing deal on the spot. Team 17 have this grand idea of releasing the game for the PC and the Amiga. At this point, they're thinking of pivoting away from the Amiga as a budget title. There's just one problem. At this point, the Amiga is dying. It's 1994. Piracy is rampant on the Amiga. As a case in point, I grew up, we had 3 Amigas in our household. We had about 3 or 4 legit games, including Worms eventually, and about 24 copyrighted, like bootleg pirate games that we downloaded off of BBSs. So it was a rough time. Plus, the Amiga was also facing competition from things like the Sega Genesis, the Super Nintendo, the PlayStation was just around the corner. The Amiga's not the place to put a brand new game. More to the point, Team 17 are playing the game in the studio, and they're thinking, this is a lot of fun. We're having a lot of brews, we're having a lot of laughs, there's some swearing involved. It's good times. Maybe we should make this a full price title. Maybe we should make it a multi-platform title. Let's put it on the Super Nintendo, let's put it on the Genesis. And that is exactly what happens. Team 17 enters into a publishing deal with Ocean Software. I don't know if you're familiar with Ocean Software, some of you may be, but Ocean were a very heavy hitter in the 80s and 90s. They put out a lot of licensed games, things like Batman the Movie, The Addams Family, Jurassic Park, which is not loading, even though I'm pressing the button. There we go. They're also responsible for the Super Nintendo Dennis the Menace. They have a lot to answer for. So it happens a year later, in 1995, just in time for Christmas, Worms is released for a laundry list of consoles. PC, Mac, Apple, the Amiga, CD32, Super Nintendo, the Mega Drive, the PlayStation, the Saturn, the Game Boy. There is a version that comes out for the Atari Jaguar in 1998. This is the last retail game released for the Jaguar. And it was published by a company whose name I could not remember. And when I looked them up on Wikipedia, it was in red, so they don't even have an article. It's great. There was also, fun fact, there was going to be a Virtual Boy version. That got cancelled. Not entirely sure why. I wasn't able to find any documentation. I did actually have a conversation with someone at Team 17 about that a few years ago, and apparently they didn't even start work on the game. Ocean just announced it, and Team 17 went, I guess we're doing this. Oh, now we don't have to. Brilliant. Perfect. So Worms comes out in 1995, and it sells like gangbusters all over Europe. If you knew anyone, if you were living in the UK, living in Europe, and you knew someone who had a PlayStation, odds were they also had a copy of Worms. This thing was huge at university campuses. It was massive. It didn't get released in America at the same time, because the PlayStation version, Sony at the time, Sony Computer Entertainment America, didn't want 2D games on the PlayStation, because they thought it would make the PlayStation look dated. So there were a lot of active negotiations at the time. Actually, I did some research on this. Capcom were only allowed to release Mega Man 8 for the PlayStation because they threatened to make Resident Evil 2 a Saturn exclusive. Imagine living in that universe, where you own a PlayStation and you can't play Resident Evil 2. Heresy. Ocean Software, they cracked the deal, they published the game in America. It's the last game they published in America, which does make me think there was a blood sacrifice involved to get that thing on the PlayStation in the US. So two things happened between the release of Worms and Worms 2 in 1997. The first is the release of an expansion pack, Worms Reinforcements. It was only released for the PC. Adds a bunch of new features. It's nice. It has a single-player campaign. That's something that was missing from the original. The original was just about multiplayer. It's great. They added a single-player campaign into this one, and they added a weapon called the Mole Bomb, which explodes and throws a drill and then is useless. I don't really have another way to describe that weapon, but it is functionally defunct. There's no reason to have it. Worms Reinforcements is fine. It gets bundled with Worms later as Worms United. Very exciting stuff. The thing that is most exciting to me personally, as someone who grew up with the Amiga, is the release of Worms the Director's Cut. This is, for me, this is the holy grail of Worms games. It was released exclusively for the Amiga. It was a farewell from Team 17 for the Amiga. It was their last Amiga game before they moved over to PC and PlayStation, etc. permanently. Andy Davidson, who created Worms, coded this version more or less by himself. He added new weapons, new features, and it was kind of a testing ground. Originally, Team 17 wanted Worms 2 to just be kind of a high-def remake of the original Worms. They weren't going to add any more features. They weren't going to add any more weapons. Andy Davidson said, what if we did, though? And he just started putting stuff into this version of the game. New weapons, new features. This version of the game, I'm assuming anyone here who's played Worms, you've used the Holy Hand Grenade, you've used the Super Sheep. These are weapons that made their debut in Worms the Director's Cut. The ability to swing on a ninja rope, let go, and then throw another one before you hit the ground, known in the Worms community as roping, starts here. A lot of the stuff was Andy just experimenting, and then he would play, hey, come over here, Bjorn, have a play of Worms the Director's Cut, let me know what you think. And now that everyone else has been playing what he's been doing with his little project, suddenly they want to put it in Worms 2. And so that's how we end up with the stuff that ends up in Worms 2, the new weapons, the new features. Downside of this, it did only sell 5,000 copies worldwide. I don't know how much you know about the industry. That's not a big number. It's not a lot of copies sold. Now, I did Google this. I've known this fact for years. And I wanted a source. I wanted to cite a source for this panel. So I typed in Worms Director's Cut, 5,000 copies sold, source. And what came up is a website I founded back in 2004. So the source for this is me. I'm pretty sure this is something that someone at Team 17 told me, and I never cited them by name. So Wikipedia everywhere lists 5,000 copies sold. Hey, I'm the person who told you that. I'm sorry for ruining facts. But the other thing is, so earlier this year, they announced that there's going to be an Amiga 500 Mini. It's going to be one of those mini consoles like the Nintendo, like the Super Nintendo, and that they did earlier, a couple of years ago. This is going to be preloaded with a bunch of Amiga games, including Worms the Director's Cut. So if this thing sells more than 5,000 copies, we're in. But this is also an opportunity for all of you. When this thing comes out next year, it is going to be, I think, about $120. This is something that not only can you play a bunch of classic Amiga games on, you'll also be able to play Worms the Director's Cut officially for the first time since 1997. Unless you go to my website, Team 17, where about 20 years ago now, nearly 20 years ago, Team 17 actually gave me permission to make their entire back catalog of Amiga games available as a free download. So if you have an Amiga emulator, and you can do that legally, there is a thing called Amiga Forever. You can buy it for, I think, about $30, $40, and it is a very easy-to-use Amiga emulation package. You can install that, you can download Worms the Director's Cut, and you can play it on your own computer, and I strongly recommend it. It is, personally for me, it is the best Worms game ever made. But we're about to get into a period of Worms that has people disagreeing with me with that one, because we get it coming out with Worms 2. Worms 2 first came out in 1997. It was a PC exclusive. Team 17's first game that they developed solely for the PC. And this included many of the features from Worms the Director's Cut. It included a lot of new features, a new single-player campaign, and it had a really great cartoony style. Also, high definition, ladies and gentlemen, screen resolution of 640 by 480. That's it there on the right, compared to the original Worms on the left. Look at those pixels. Whoa. gorgeous. It was also the first Worms game with dedicated online servers. For the first time, you could play Worms against friends in another country or down the street if you're lazy. It's brilliant. Finally, an online community starts to build up around this game. People having tournaments, leagues, contests, and suddenly this community bubbles up. Before, it was just college students in their dorms getting drunk and playing Worms, and now suddenly you can play Worms against someone on the other side of the planet. The following year, 1998, unfortunately Margaret Thatcher is still alive, but we get the first of our spin-offs of Worms. We get Addiction Pinball, which is clearly a title everyone here is aware of, giving the round of applause and screaming and hollering you just did. This is a pinball game, what Team 17 did. There are two tables. One is a Worms table, and the other is a table based on a racing game called World Rally Fever that Team 17 released in 1996, which we all remember playing because it was so good. So this is the World Rally Fever table, this is the Worms table, and the thing I love about this is, even though this came out after Worms 2, the style here, the look of the Worms, is much closer to those original first-generation Worms. It's still a little cartoony, but it's like a nice transition between the first-gen Worms and the second-gen Worms. I love this. I wish we'd gotten a game in this style. Maybe we did. Maybe that's what the first-gen Worms games are. I still love this game. I was playing this on the flight here from LA. I love this game so much. This actually got ported to the PlayStation in 1999 after the release of the next game in the series, Worms Armageddon. This got released as Worms Pinball on the PlayStation in 1999. And just to confuse everyone further, the Worms Pinball got a standalone release in '98, also called Worms Pinball. This is the start of a trend in the Worms series where multiple games have the same name despite being very different. So we're gonna touch on that. That's gonna be fun. But the next game is the big one, Worms Armageddon. Worms Armageddon comes out in early 1999 in Europe, and it comes out at the end of the spring of '99 in the US. Worms Armageddon uses the exact same game engine as Worms 2, and it started development as an expansion pack. Originally, this was going to be something that bolted onto the side of Worms 2, and it just got so big, it became its own standalone title. They completely overhauled the single-player experience. Instead of every mission being, hey, kill them worms, it becomes, kill them worms and maybe get that crate. Or kill them worms, but do it in a minute and a half. Variations of a theme. You can change the screen resolution. For the first time since Worms 2 came out, you can go all the way up, and I want you to brace yourselves, all the way up to 1024 by 768. Oh, yes. Think of how many worms you can fit on a screen at that resolution. Get excited, you should. The other thing about Worms Armageddon, this is the gold standard as far as the online Worms community is concerned. People are still playing this game today. It is still getting patches and updates to this day. The last update was released last year and was such a big deal that Kotaku and Polygon and a bunch of other gaming sites were posted about it. There was a trailer for it. It has a bunch of new features. Any resolution your monitor supports, Worms Armageddon now supports it. So you can fit many, many very small worms on a screen if you have a 4K monitor. Worms Armageddon did have online ranked play. That was short-lived because it was very, very hackable, so they killed that. It's believed by many to be the best game in the series. Now, there was also a PlayStation version. There was an N64 version. There was a cancelled port for the Amiga that was going to be handled by a company called Hyperion. There's a Game Boy Color version. I think I already said that. And there was going to be a Dreamcast version. We will come back to the Dreamcast in a minute because this kind of affects the trajectory of the series going forward. Now, Worms Armageddon was published by Microprose, who, like many companies in the 90s, were eaten by Infogrames. Infogrames decided that they wanted to pressure Team 17 into making a 3D Worms game. Infogrames, that's their old logo, if you remember them. They were kind of an armadillo at a pride parade, which I fully endorse and support. Love wins. Infogrames have decided, they approach Team 17 and they say, God, people like this Worms game, don't they? You know what you should do? A 3D one. Actually, Team 17 at this point in 1999, they say, actually, no, we're not ready for that yet. We want to do it when it's the right time. And Infogrames, who published Worms Armageddon, say, no, we own Worms now. We're going to have another studio make this. So that happens. They have another studio starting work on a 3D Worms game. Team 17 have lawyers, and they go to Infogrames and say, you do not own Worms, you can't do this. Infogrames go, oh, you know what, that's fine, you know what, backing away, we're not gonna do it, we're gonna walk away from the project, very sorry to have upset you. And then the following year, they release Hogs of War for the PlayStation, which if you played Hogs of War is, what if Worms was 3D and bad? Shocking coincidence, I'm sure there's no relation to the two different projects. But I'll tell you what, this was a ballsy move on Infogrames' part. This was a sheer act of bastardry, and I think we've actually found one of our 3 things that you need to be a great Worms player: bastardry. You need to be able to try to do anything in your goal, to accomplish your goal of destroying the other teams and being the overall winner. You cannot let things like friendships and family and legally binding contracts stop you from achieving your goal. Worms is like Mario Kart if you had to take turns at throwing blue shells at each other. That is what Worms is like. Sega, who at the time have the Dreamcast, not for long, God bless them, they tried, but they loved Worms Armageddon on the Dreamcast. The Dreamcast version is selling really well, and Sega approached Team 17 about making a version of Worms Armageddon with online play. So that's what Team 17 do in 2001. We get Worms World Party. Came out for the PC, the Dreamcast. It eventually got released for the PlayStation and the Game Boy Advance. There is a baffling N-Gage port of this game. The taco phone itself gets Worms World Party. I'm sure all 7 people who were still playing on their N-Gage at this point, in 2005, I think, cripes, really had a good time with it. There was also going to be a port for the Gizmondo. This is, I think, what the box art was going to be. It didn't happen. Does anyone here know what the Gizmondo is? Hands up if anyone remembers the Gizmondo. That is about how many people bought one. So Worms World Party, I don't need to say a lot about Worms World Party. It's basically Armageddon again, but with a new single-player campaign. They added multiplayer missions. They added a mission editor so people could make their own missions. But Worms 2, Armageddon, and Worms World Party, they all represent for many people this kind of golden age of Worms. This is when the community was at its hottest and most active. This is when people were playing the games. And again, the fact that of those 3 games, Armageddon is the one still getting software updates to this day is a testament to just how beloved this era of the games are. This is where we also move into spin-off territory properly. Addiction Pinball, Worms Table, quite nice. Next game, Worms Blast. Does anyone here know what Worms Blast is? Has anyone played Worms Blast? More people need to have played Worms Blast. Let me tell you what Worms Blast is. Worms Blast is the answer to the question, what if someone took Puzzle Bobble and put bombs in it? What if someone gave Puzzle Bobble a gun? And it is shockingly good fun. This is a really fun game to get to play at parties. No one else knows how to play it, but pretty much everyone knows how to play Puzzle Bobble. So it's interesting to watch people try to figure out how they've changed things. Great single-player campaign, a lot of fun. Let's see, 2002, I think we should check in. Can we get a Margaret Thatcher status update? She's still alive? Okay. All right, well, I mean, we can't have it. We'll check in on her again later to see if she's still kicking. So Worms Blast is, for me, that's kind of the end of the golden age of the Worms series. After this point, this is when things start to get a bit wobbly, and you can tell it got wobbly because I didn't script what I was going to say next. So the next game in the series is Worms 3D, which was released in 2003 for PC, Mac, and those 3 beautiful consoles. So this game was announced in 2002. It was originally announced as Worms 3. It was going to be published by Activision, but they pulled out halfway through development. Now, whether that's because of a dispute, I don't know. I don't know the history there. But knowing what Activision is like, Team 17 probably dodged a bullet. Activision pulled out, but Sega and Acclaim stepped in. Sega publishes this game in Europe, and Acclaim publishes it in the US, except for the Xbox version, which does get published by Sega of America. Now, this is a fully 3D game. I said it's a fully 3D game. There we go. It uses a voxel engine, so there's a lot of islands, a lot of floating islands made of kind of deformable, destructible terrain. You hit a part of an island, it blows up just like in 2D Worms. It's brilliant. They did a really good job. It's fine. It's an okay game. In the UK, the title music was replaced with a song by Junior Senior called Shake Your Coconuts. Coconuts, of course, having a strong link with worms. No. This is removed from the American release by Acclaim, and then Team 17 later released a hotfix for the PC version, which removes the coconut shaking music. Downside of this, part of the deal with Sega is Team 17 had to shelve a Worms racing game they were developing called Worms Battle Rally. I was going to show you a screenshot of what that looked like, because they did release some a few years ago, only I didn't remember to do that. So instead, let's remember that worm, let's imagine, all of us collectively, I want you to imagine that worm there is in a go-kart. And I just want you to picture that. Just for a second. Let's all imagine a better universe where there's a Worms racing game. Give yourself a second. Yeah, that's fun, huh? Good times. Ah, so much fun. All right. What's next? What's next is a little game called Worms Forts Under Siege, and this is where we start to get into kind of the weird spin-off territory. This game has buildings. Instead of just moving wherever you want and firing weapons however you like, you have to build structures that point one to the next, and certain types of building have certain weapons on them. More importantly, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first Worms game with hats. You can wear a hat. We've done it. 21st century is where everything changes and you've got to be ready. It's all hats. Worms Forts Under Siege is a brilliant idea, hampered by the fact that the game is so slow. It is so impossibly, improbably, annoyingly slow, to the point where a fan made a mod for the game to increase the maximum game time from 60 minutes to 99, and he would have done more, but the code wouldn't allow him to. So the next game in the series, let's move away from this. I don't want to look at this anymore. I do want to go to the next game. Please, please, I'm pressing the button. Thank you. Worms 4 Mayhem. I feel like they picked the subtitle of this one by writing a bunch of words down on scraps of paper and picking them out of a hat. That's like, how many games out there have the subtitle of Annihilation or Revenge? It's that. This is a non sequitur of a title. This is Mad Libs, but they published this. This came out. It's basically Worms 3D Mark II. They added some new weapons, and they also added a destructible height map, as well as having these floating voxel islands. There's also a polygonal kind of 3D height map that gets kind of rises and lowers depending on when weapons are hitting it. A little bit actually like Hogs of War, funnily enough. That's an interesting coincidence. Did I have another screenshot after this? No, I did not, but I did have that in 2011. This did get combined with Worms 3D into a kind of a HD re-release called Worms Ultimate Mayhem. You can play this right now. Don't. It's fine. They basically just bolted the Worms 3D single-player campaign onto the side of Worms 4 Mayhem and called it a day, not realizing that doing this would break a lot of things. And they didn't fix it, ever. It's never been fixed, so that's fun. 2006 is where, and I realize I'm kind of blowing through a lot of Worms history here, but there's also a lot of things that happen over the next 10 years, so bear with me, please. Next game in the series is Worms Open Warfare. This came out for the PSP and the Nintendo DS in 2005 or 2006. Which one does it say up there? It's 2005 on there and 2006 on my notes. I'm very organized and good at this. It is 2006, and this is essentially a remake of the original Worms in the style of kind of the Worms 2 games. It's got the dodgiest AI you have ever seen in a Worms game. I have watched the AI throw a grenade, ping it off of 2 walls, and have it come to a solid, gentle rest on one of my Worms' heads. It is the jammiest thing. I hate it, and I want it to die a long, slow, painful death. But the game engine for this Worms game basically forms the basis for Worms games over the next basically 6 or 7 years. This is a difficult time for Worms fans. This game did get ported to the Xbox 360 in 2007 as just Worms, kind of billed as a kind of Xbox Live Arcade, pay $10 and here you are, you've got the original Worms game kind of more or less. It's the first Worms game that had DLC because all the stuff they had to cut to get it down to 50 megabytes. Remember when Xbox Live Arcade games had to be no bigger than 50 megabytes? You remember that? They trimmed so much off, they hacked off limbs of this game to squeeze it onto the Xbox, and then released those limbs as DLC. It's the only way they could do it. But it did get released for the PlayStation 3 and for iPhone in 2009 as well, which I did not put on the slide because I was lazy. And we'll move on to the next game in the series. Did I post a screenshot? Is there a screenshot here? Yeah, there is. That's what Worms Open Warfare and also by extension Worms on the Xbox look like. Nice 3D backgrounds. I had kind of 2D graphics up front and then the nice 3D mountains in the background. It was very nice. There's a London theme where in the background is Big Ben and the clock shows the current time you are playing. It's very nice. This was followed by Worms Open Warfare 2 in 2007. Ignore the slide. I'm very clever. There was a DS version of this game. This game came with the PSP and the DS. The DS version of the first Worms Open Warfare was developed by a company called Game Source, who did what I would categorize as a crap job. It wasn't very good. It wasn't barely Worms. So Two Tribes, who you might know from Toki-Tori and a handful of other wonderful games, they did the DS version of Worms Open Warfare 2. And they just reused the Worms Armageddon game engine. So if you like playing Worms Armageddon, it handles just like that. For the longest time, the DS version of Worms Open Warfare 2 was the best handheld Worms game. This is then followed by Worms: A Space Oddity on the Wii. This is not a good game, and I will tell you the one reason why. Motion controls in a Worms game. Motion controls in a Worms game. Imagine having to throw the grenade yourself. That's how you determine how much power you have in your throw. It was bad. It is, in my opinion, unplayable. But you know what? The thing you got to admire about Team 17 is they did take the risk. It didn't work, but they went for it, you know? And I think actually that is our second of our 3 key points for being a great Worms player, is risk-taking. You've got to be willing to put yourself out there. You've got to be willing to take the plunge and give it a go. Because you might win, or you might end up with Worms: A Space Oddity. You never know. This is then followed in 2009 by Worms 2 Armageddon. This is the dumbest name that this game could possibly have been given. We have Worms 2, we have Worms Armageddon, and now we have Worms 2 Armageddon, screwing up Google searches for anyone who wants to search for any of these 3 games. If there are, and I'm just going to throw this out there as an example, researching for a presentation on the Worms series. It is the worst. Look at this. Look at this. That's 3 games sharing 2 titles. That's bedlam. I hate it. It's an okay game. It's fine. They were definitely trying to recapture that Worms Armageddon vibe. It has a very Worms Armageddon feel in terms of art design, sound design. Because Team 17 know at this point, they've released so many new Worms games, so many great titles, and also Worms: A Space Oddity. And no one's buying them or playing them, but then they keep going back to Worms Armageddon at the end of it all. So they just think, well, let's just make Worms Armageddon again. They even put the name in the title. It has most of the weapons and concepts from all the previous Worms games in the series. And this game, at least to avoid confusion for PC players, this one did get re-released on the PC as Worms Reloaded, which was then followed by a sequel called Worms Revolutions, and I believe there's a 4th one coming out. That's not true. I'm making a Matrix joke off the top of my head, and it's not working. I don't think it's working. I'm going to bail. I'm going to pull the emergency joke ripcord and just carry on. So at this point, they released a couple of mobile games that are released over the next few years, because Worms 2 Armageddon gets a mobile release, and then they decide they need to make more. So there's Worms 3, which already exists. We talked about that. And Worms 4, which already exists. And we've talked about that. You Google Worms 4, you're either going to get that piece of key art or 3D screenshots from Worms 4 Mayhem and nothing else. Don't do it. Listen, this annoyed me. This left me in a frustrated state having to research this. This is my fault. I submitted this presentation. I should have known what I was getting into, and you know what? I'm sorry. I've let you all down. I've let my anger bubble to the surface, and all I can do is apologize. But I'm not going to apologize for Worms Battle Islands, which is the next game that comes out, and it comes out for the Wii and the PSP. This one, God bless Team 17. It is 2010, and someone has asked them, what if motion controls are bad? And they finally make a Worms game for the Wii that doesn't require you to wrench your arm out of your socket to throw a chaffing grenade. Good on them. This is then followed by Worms Crazy Golf. You may be thinking, what is Worms Crazy Golf? Well, it's Worms if golf. It's actually okay. I spent a lot of time playing this. This was actually a fun one, but it's not one that anyone's coming back to anytime soon. It's fine. The next game in the series is actually kind of a little bit of a big deal because it's Worms Revolution, which makes my Matrix joke earlier. And there's applause from people. Apparently people are playing this one. I'm actually stunned. Worms Revolution was, it was 3D graphics, but it was still 2D gameplay, so it was kind of like 2.5D. It's still 2D Worms, they didn't go back to 3D, but the Worms were rendered in 3D. The landscape was kind of this 3D kind of bump map, height map kind of situation, but it's still recognizably 2D Worms. Probably the two key points from this. Firstly, Matt Berry from What We Do in the Shadows narrates this game and is brilliant. If you've seen the IT crowd, he is in that also. And Andy Davidson, who created Team 17, he had left the company between the release of Armageddon and World Party. He came back to work on Revolution. So this is the first Worms game in cripes, like a decade plus, that Andy Davidson, who created the series, actually worked on. That's fantastic. This is then followed a year later by Worms Clan Wars. Andy Davidson is gone, and it's pretty much the same game. So I'm just going to show you the same screenshot again. It's just basically that. I'm not going to throw another one up. Now it's 2013. This game is released on the PS4 and the Xbox One as Worms Battlegrounds. But something more impressive happens in this year. Ladies and gentlemen, Margaret Thatcher is dead. She's done. Ding dong, the witch is dead. Finally happened. And this, ladies and gentlemen, and variations thereupon, this leads us to our third and final trait to be a key Worms master: patience. I want everyone in this room to consider yourself proud, to take pride in the fact that you outlived Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan, who were like best buds. They were like that. Good job, good on you. So the next game that comes out is Worms WMD, which stands for Worms of Mass Destruction, or WWMD, or Worms WMD. It comes out in 2016. It is the first game in a long time that I've blown through a lot of these games over the last 10 years at this point because they're not fun. That's the biggest problem that the Worms series has at the moment. And again, this is why I'm thankful that Team 17 did not sanction this. I can talk about this. The last 10, 15 years worth of Worms games, again, God bless them for trying, but they haven't been fun. This is the first Worms game that feels fun again. They've tried to take that same feel from Worms Armageddon, but they've given it kind of the visual aesthetic from the original Worms games. The Worms themselves are nice, they're cartoony, they're wild, they're chaotic, they are fun to look at. But the terrains, I want you to look at that. It's still cartoony, but it's just veering slightly more towards the kind of pseudo-realistic style of the original Worms games. This is the first Worms game in a long time that it feels like it has like a visual style. It feels like it has something that it is trying to convey. And it's fun. It is a fun game. It's not, I don't think, as fun as Worms Armageddon or Worms World Party, but it's the first game where it feels like they're actually trying new ideas, they're doing something a little different, they're trying to revitalize the series. It's a wonderful, interesting game. There was a Switch version of this that came out a couple of years ago. It's the first good handheld Worms game since Worms Open Warfare 2 on the DS. And it's a lot of fun. If you want to play Worms on the toilet, this is the one I recommend you play. This is top notch. I will come back, my comments about Worms, I'll come back to those in just a moment. Because one of the things I want to address is that between 2003 and 2016, Team 17 were putting out basically a Worms game a year. Whether it was a port or a re-release or a mobile version, there are no gaps in that time, 2003 to 2016. Some years have multiple releases in them, which makes what happens next a little bit surprising. There's a 4-year lull. There's a gap where Team 17 do not put out a single Worms game. They're not even reissuing an old game. That's 4 years. They're working on other things. They move into publishing. They're kind of a darling now of indie publishers in Europe. They put out things like The Escapists and Overcooked. Really fun and enjoyable games. And then in 2020, at the tail end of last year, they put out Worms Rumble. Worms Rumble is being played by that person over there and that person exclusively. Worms Rumble is an interesting experiment because it is the first time that they have done a real-time Worms game. This is a game where instead of taking turns, everyone is playing at the same time. There's, I think it's like a game of like 32 people. I don't play as often as I did when it first came out, but it's like 32 people in an arena. They were really, in terms of aesthetic, in terms of the menus, there's a lot of purple. They're definitely going for the Fortnite crowd here. There's a lot of hats, a lot of customizability, a lot of, dare I say it, loot crates in this version of Worms. They are trying to court the esports crowd by making a zippier, faster version of Worms. And I don't think you have to do that to make a good Worms game, because I think Worms is already great. And I'm going to go into that right now. This is why Worms could be a great esport. This is my genuine, heartfelt feeling right now. Over the last 10, 15 years, the Worms games, I feel like they've lost their way a little bit. And that's because they've lost their pace, they've lost their speed. They used to zip along. You'd end your turn and the next person's jumping in on theirs, and it just moves at a lightning pace. It is fun to watch. Something happens after the release of Worms 3D. The Worms feel sluggish, slower, because for the 3D games, they have to kind of map that movement to 3D space, so the Worms are kind of accordioning back and forth at a much slower pace. And then when they go back to making 2D games, they keep that speed. And it's a slower game as a result. I think if you took the speed of something like Worms World Party, Worms Armageddon, Worms the Director's Cut, I'm actually going to show you now, this is Worms the Director's Cut. This is the Amiga version of Worms the Director's Cut. Are you going to let me do the thing? Do the thing, come on. So this is the Amiga version, this is my favorite Worms game. I just have some AI players playing right now. Let's watch as this kind of zips along from worm to worm. This is, I think, this could be a lot of fun to watch. I really hope they do something interesting, because otherwise I'm kind of shooting myself in the foot here. There we go, back and forth, there we are. The thing about Worms before the 3D games is it really used to just kind of pop. Things used to happen very quickly, and then you would immediately move on to the next Worms go, unless this worm dies. Very good, very good. It's undercut my point, why don't you? And you don't get that with the newer games, because the Worms move slowly, and then it feels like there's like a 5 or 10 second break between the end of one turn and the start of the next. And my feeling is, if you had a game like this, if you had a game like Worms Armageddon, this is fun to watch. You know what? Esports has a lot of things. Esports has its basketball in the form of Rocket League. Esports has its basketball in the form of Rocket League. It has first-person shooters. It has competitive sports. You know what it really doesn't have yet? Golf. There is nothing where you can kind of sit and watch someone kind of metaphorically take a swing and wait to see if, where the grenade is going to land, where the bazooka is going to land. We don't have anything really like that in esports, and I feel like a Worms game, with a turn-based Worms game, with a good zippy pace like this, God, I hope this has been zipping along, could be a lot of fun to watch. I genuinely think if Worms could get back, if Team 17 could get back to the heart of what makes Worms fun to play and fun to watch. Like, I remember being at friends' houses and there's maybe 4 people playing Worms and there's 8 other people just watching. And we could get that back on a global scale. I genuinely believe that. Right now, we don't have that. And this is one of the reasons why I think that Worms is in a really good position to be a really good esport, if Team 17 could just crack that nut. Now, I'm going to go back to my slides. I'm going to say thank you very much for listening to me ramble about Worms. My name is Ben Padden. If you like my voice, I do 2 podcasts. My girlfriend and I, my fiance and I, do a podcast about The Nanny called Out on Her Fanny. We're watching The Nanny, the 90s sitcom from the beginning. We're doing episode by episode. I'm also the GM of a Doctor Who role-playing game actual play podcast called The Game of Rassilon. And that is it. Thank you so much for listening to me ramble for 45, 50 minutes. I think we do have a little bit of time, so if anyone does want to ask questions, there is a microphone in the middle. I'm not going anywhere because my knee hurts, so I'm just going to stand here for a bit. So if you have a question, by all means, throw it up. Yes, please. Hello.
Hi, Ben. It's Mike. How you doing?
Mike, hello.
Hi. So this is
Give us the premises.
This is this is less of a question and more of a slight brag. After 15 years of playing Worms with my friend Sam, who's been beating me every single time, he's kind of a jerk about it, beats everybody. About a month ago, I managed a Hail Mary in the very last bit of the map, managed to do a holy hand grenade from one side all the way to the other side. He was inside, had to bounce it in, and beat him, and it felt so good.
That's fantastic. Let me tell you this. Now imagine that you're streaming that for an audience of 10,000 people.
Right?
Worms could be a really good esport.
I
will die on this hill, and my corpse, the bones on my corpse, will form the words. Worms could be a really good esport. I have died on this hill. I have so many bones, doctors are baffled.
Painted in the sky in gossamer teardrops.
Thank you, Mike. I'll see you after.
Hi. I'm not sure what platforms you play on. What would be the best Worms to play on Steam?
Worms Armageddon is available for Windows. It is frequently on sale for like $3.75.
All right.
I have a Twitter account with 7 followers called Is Worms Armageddon on sale right now? And the answer is frequently yes. Like Steam has it for $15. If you pay $15, that's not a bad price for it, but you can do better. It is frequently on sale on like Steam or GOG or Humble for like $3.75, sometimes a little lower depending on if it's like a summer sale or a winter sale. That's the one to get.
All right, thanks.
You're very welcome.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how you doing?
Great, that was awesome. Just want to
Thank
say
you.
that. Also, do you remember that glitch back in the day on the original Worms for PC where if you were to jump, do a big old jump, and you start holding the space bar to fire your bazooka, and then you land and crash? It allowed you to have an infinite turn, just constantly firing your bazooka.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There are so many great bugs in the first-gen Worms. So the PC version of Worms, if you hold down the F1 key and the F3 key, which F1 is the hotkey for the bazooka, and F3 is the hotkey for the shotgun and the Uzi and the minigun.
Yes, yes, yes.
You hold them down. If you time it right and hit space, you will get a minigun of bazooka missiles.
Yes, yes, exactly.
And you can shred through the landscape. It is phenomenal.
Yes.
I love it. It's one of my favorite things in the world.
Yeah, that was something I was hoping you were going to be touching on during the presentation, and so that's why I'm like, hey, dude, let's talk about that really quick.
You know what? That would have been a great thing to talk about, and I didn't do that because I'm a fool and a charlatan. I'm having you plan my next presentation. So
okay, done.
You're on top of it. If I don't go over something, I will be seeking you out and bludgeoning you to death with a rowing oar. We probably will negotiate contracts later and cut out the rowing oar stuff.
Sweet, come find me.
All right.
Thank you.
No problem, thank you. Apparently Worms could still be a great esport. This is what happens when a bead of sweat hits your phone that you're using as a slide remote. We've got a little bit more time. Does anyone else want to ask me an annoying question? Or an interesting question? It's either or, there's no middle ground. I have fibromyalgia, I have a chronic illness. It's the worst. Look at my very nice, very purple cane. Isn't this nice? Airport security nearly didn't let me take it through the checkpoint. And then I threatened to hit them with it, and they were conducive to that for some reason. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
So,
Hey,
I got
I'm
to
sorry,
know...
let me get down to your level. You sound very alluring.
Thank you.
Hello.
I got familiar with the Worm series, Worms Revolution, because it was on Steam. I think all my friends, we bought it on sale.
Yes. Also, as a pre-order bonus on Steam, it came with Worms Armageddon.
It did?
It did. Anyway, don't let me cut you off. Hello.
So, why is it that your opinion is poor of Revolution, but good of Armageddon?
So, the thing about Worms games is the formula is more or less the same for every game. So you can start with any game, and if you're enjoying that game, you're probably having you've got a lot of enjoyment out of Worms Revolution. You are having a good time. I am not taking that away from you. Chase your bliss. You do you, and I love you for it. But the great thing about Worms Revolution is in the same way that 50 Shades of Grey is a bad book, it is a great way to get people reading better literature of that nature. Worms Revolution falls into that same category. If you're playing Revolution and then you decide to pivot backwards or forwards through the timeline of games, you will probably find, you might, I hope you do, if not, Revolution is probably where you live, but you might find a Worms game that has a little bit more balance that you find more interesting, or is doing something that Revolution isn't doing. Because one of the things I love about Revolution, and I kind of glossed past it because I forgot to write it down in my notes, it has a really cool class system. So each worm, you can change, like there's the Brainiac, and I think the Brainiac and the Tank, and they all, in the same way, or the Heavy, I can't remember, but they all have different stats in terms of like speed and strength, and in the same way that, you know, a class-based first-person shooter like Team Fortress 2, all the different classes have strengths and weaknesses. And I thought that was an interesting twist to bring to Revolution, and I think it carried over to Clan Wars as well, and Battlegrounds. But for me, it was the physics. It was, again, it's a very slow game. The water stuff is great. It has water physics. You can knock an object out of the ground, and if there's a pool of water, it will trundle down. Thank you, Will, for trundle. It'll trundle down, it will pool elsewhere, and worms can drown in this like little puddle of water, like 4 feet above the ground. I love it. But it was the pace and the speed. For that generation of games, like, you know, Xbox 360, PS3, I think there's a kind of a floatiness to a lot of physics in that era, and I think it just didn't lend itself well to what Worms does. But there's a lot of really good ideas in there that I hope Team 17 come back to, like the classes. I just prefer Armageddon because I'm basic.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, unless anyone else wants to yell at me about not liking their particular Worms game, I think we're done. Again, thank you very much. Do please follow me on Twitter and Instagram. Listen to my podcasts. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of PAX. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being wonderful human beings. Thank you.
And this is my McDonald's order.
Thank you.
PAX. How are you all? You having a good PAX so far? Oh my goodness, it is so nice to see such a great audience taking an hour to talk about video game storytelling with me on a Sunday on the first PAX in far too long. Thank you. Let's give a hand to the enforcers also and the incredible staff and crew. They have a tremendous job during the best of PAXs, and the amount of extra stuff they've had to do this year is just like, I can't even imagine it. So hats off to them, truly. Let me introduce myself to you. My name's Aaron Suduko. I'm the founder and chief video game analyst of With a Terrible Fate. Any chance any of y'all have heard of us before? Okay, better than, I don't know what that noise was, but hopefully a growl of approval. We're a small volunteer online publication that analyzes the storytelling of video games. That is the one thing we do. We do it mostly in long-form analysis on withtheterriblefate.com, so I encourage you to check that out. And the other way that we primarily do it is by going out to great conventions like PAX, where we can meet some of the most thoughtful, energetic gamers in the world and talk with them about why they value the storytelling of video games so much, because at the end of the day, it's all about the conversations for us. So hopefully some people who are at our horror panel on Friday night were able to find their way here. Good to see some of you again. Yeah, see you. And good to see new faces as well. Really excited for the next hour or so to be talking with you about one of our article series on the site, Now Loading the Video Game Canon, which is all about trying to basically figure out what are the great books of gaming. Just like you might have a canon in something like Western literature or philosophy or religion, what is the canon of great video game stories that you have to play in order to really understand what's going on in the medium? I'm going to give you a little bit of an overview of how this is going to work. There's a little bit of audience participation down the line, so hopefully that's a fun thing, given that it's all about an interactive medium. I imagine that it should be. The way that this is going to go is for the first maybe 20 to 25 minutes, I'm going to talk to you about what canons are in general, the good, the bad, and the ugly of them, why video games might stand to benefit from a storytelling canon right about now, and walk you through an example of what it might look like to evaluate a game that probably a decent number of you know and love for admission into the canon. After that, what will hopefully be the majority of this conversation will be, as I said, audience participation. And I know I just threw a link on the screen. I know we're being streamed. So I'm going to look the streamers dead in the eye, and people who are watching this online, I'm so glad you're here. Please do not vote in this. I know that's really uncool, and I don't want to treat you as second-class citizens, but there's a reason. The reason is what the second half of this panel will be is a conversation, I hope, between all of you and each other and me about one of these games, basically evaluating it to figure out whether or not it belongs in this video game canon that we're trying to build. And as much as the people who are watching on the stream, I'm so excited to have you interested. Sadly, you can't walk into this room and join the conversation, so if we end up with a game being voted, but not a lot of the people who voted for it are here, it's not going to be that great of a conversation for anyone. So, with that caveat in mind, we will be doing by popular vote a conversation and just freewheeling discussion about the storytelling merits of one of these games. Everyone who's in the room, I do encourage you, hopefully you have reception, so you can go to that link. This isn't the only time you'll be seeing it. I'll be putting it up again after my conversation with you, and we'll just dig into one of those games. We'll use the talkback mic, so when the time comes after my bit of talking at you, you can line up, share your thoughts, I'll share some thoughts, we'll have a great discussion about it. But first, we got to do some preliminaries. In the first instance, what is a canon, right? And I don't just say that because it's maybe an academic sounding word. It's actually important to distinguish what we're doing here from what's maybe a more typical use of the word canon in modern discussion about video games. We're not talking about a canon of events. So probably it sounds familiar to your ear to ask a question like, oh, is it canon that Link killed Ganondorf in this particular branch of the Zelda timeline, right? Basically asking, is it true under the accepted or authorized interpretation of the fiction that this is a thing that really happened, right? That's interesting. It has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about today. We're talking instead about this kind of canon of works, right? So again, just taking a toy example of one of many such canons, if you're thinking about a traditional great books course in the canon of Western literature, these might be some of the things that you read, right? Things like the Odyssey or Oedipus Rex, et cetera, et cetera. And this kind of canon can have a few different benefits, right? The idea is that each of these works is going to be influential and worth studying in its own right, but also one of the motivations of thinking about areas of inquiry in terms of a canon is that oftentimes those works that have the benefit of being successful and influential are in conversation with one another, right? And Western literature is a great example of that, because basically all of these works I'm showing you on this slide are in conversation with one another, and that monstrosity that is Ulysses by James Joyce is not only a mammoth in its own right, but basically contains in one way or another all of the other 4 works on the screen, and many more besides that. So if you want to understand what's going on in Western literature, the thought goes, this kind of canon can be a helpful guide to allow you to navigate it. But at the end of the day, a canon is just one perspective for thinking about an area of inquiry, and like any such perspective, there are pros and cons, and it's important to understand both so that we can decide whether we really want to use this, and if so, to use it responsibly, right? The pros that I think about a lot really just boil down to reference points, but reference points in a few different contexts. One, and especially one of my favorites just in terms of talking with other gamers, which as I said is a big part of the value that I take from this, is if you have common reference points in your background of gaming, it's easier to have conversations and find out, about games that other people are playing or why they might like them or dislike them, and just drill into the tastes that each other has with regard to video game stories. If I'm playing something and I can tell you, well, it kind of has a similar arc to something like Majora's Mask and some similar themes to something like Final Fantasy X, we're already drilling into aspects of a conversation that it would be harder to get off the ground otherwise. Just so you can turn that mirror and those reference points on yourself. And when you're playing a new game, having this canon as a background can be really helpful for situating your own feelings about the game. If you're playing something you've never played before and you experience, let's say, a mechanic in it that you've never seen and you find yourself really liking that mechanic, if you didn't have this canon in the background, you might just say, well, that's an interesting mechanic, and kind of move on. But if you have these reference points, you can ask, well, why is it that I'm reacting to this particular aspect of this game in this way? Maybe it's because it's an interesting elaboration on some game in the canon, whether that's a general canon or your personal canon of video games that you found really interesting, and it's taking a next step there. And finally, it can be a great reference point to other works, right? Just like we were talking about in terms of James Joyce and Ulysses, we are now at this really cool stage in the history of video game storytelling where, having gone on for decades at this point, there are plenty of really thoughtful developers who are not just telling great stories in the abstract or individually, but directly responding to the things that have come before them and where they think that storytelling is going in the medium, right? You can appreciate that aspect of the work rather than just thinking about it intrinsically on its own terms if you have an understanding of where the medium has been and where it's going as a canon affords you. Now, on the other hand, right, canons rightly have this issue and reputation for being exclusionary in a number of ways, right? First, as soon as you're talking about the great works of a medium, you are implying that there are other works that are maybe not so great or not worth studying, right? That can be dangerous, especially if it antecedently shuts out works that have a lot of interesting stuff to offer, even if they weren't especially influential, right? Worse yet, even with works that you might say deserve admission into the storytelling canon of video games, if you just focus on the ways in which they were really influential, you might end up leaving on the cutting room floor other really cool aspects of that game that are worth thinking about, but maybe didn't make as big of an impact, right? And then probably the aspect that I worry about the most, right, is this notion of gatekeeping, right, which is a bit of a buzzword, but rightly so. I think there are plenty of people, especially online in communities that talk about things like this, let alone in academia with canons that have nothing to do with video games, that use them as a way to basically shut other people out, whether that's intended or not, by saying, you need to have read all of these books or played all of these games before you're educated enough to talk to me, right? We do not want to do that. We want canons to be inclusive and simply another way of talking with the gamers that we appreciate about the games that we love, right? Now, my thought is that if we're able to approach canon speak with eyes open and take an inclusive stance on it and recognize and try to avoid these dangers, we can get a lot out of it. Let me tell you why, especially in terms of video game storytelling specifically. I think that when we look at the way in which games are reviewed today, and this has gotten a little better since we started giving this talk a few years ago, but not much. There's an issue with the way in which a lot of game outlets, like the conglomeration that I maybe a little glibly put on the right side of that slide, review games, where the thought is, all right, let's give a game a score from 1 to 10 and rate it in these different ways in order to give our readership a shorthand for understanding how good it is. Now, you might complain that that's overly simplistic or you'd want to know more about the game, but I think there's actually a much deeper issue going on there, which is namely when you're evaluating something that can serve multiple different functions and aren't specific about the function with respect to which you're evaluating it, your judgment of the game can be totally incoherent. And this is a more general point than video games. So let me give you an example that has nothing to do with games, but we'll get back to games. Let's imagine that I have a knife, right? And we're evaluating the quality of that knife. Now here's one attribute that knives have. They have a certain degree of sharpness. A knife can be really sharp or really dull, right? Fine, simple. You would think that the sharpness of a knife has something to do with its overall quality, but the thing is, knives can do more than one thing. For instance, you can use them to chop things up in a kitchen, or you can use them ceremonially in rituals where you're not cutting anything, but they're just a kind of prop for executing this ritual. And you might think that if you're using the knife in a kitchen setting, it's really important that it's sharp. So a sharp knife would be a good thing. But if you're using it in a ritual, and the ritual doesn't involve cutting anything, it would probably be a good thing for the knife to be dull, so you don't accidentally cut yourself, right? So this very same quality can be a good or bad thing with regard to the object you're evaluating based on the function within which you're considering it. The exact same thing is the case for video games. Imagine, as another toy example, if you're playing a game and it has really clunky mechanics that makes it hard for the player to control the avatar in the game. Now, if you're playing the game with the function of merely wanting entertainment or fun co-op with your friends or something like that, that kind of clunkiness could easily get in the way of that and be a bad thing. But there are many really interesting video game stories these days that use clunky or indirect methods of control or relationship between avatar and player to make very nuanced and challenging points of storytelling. So that very same thing could be evaluated as good or bad relative to the function that you're thinking about when you're looking at the object. And a lot of these publications simply don't do that. If we, on the other hand, say, let's think about a canon of video games as storytelling objects. We are specifying the function. We're already over the hump in terms of that issue. And once we're over that hump, my hope is that by focusing on specific games and thinking about what makes them so great or interesting as storytelling objects, we can get a little more precise with the language we use in terms of understanding what makes them cool. Hopefully terms like game feel and immersiveness all kind of get you nodding your heads in terms of things that you've heard when people talk about the quality of video games. I don't think those are bad terms necessarily, but we should all be willing to buy into the idea that they're very vague terms, and that if we're serious about trying to understand what makes these stories so cool and so innovative, and in fact things that would never work in other media, such as the film or the novel, we need to get more precise with our understanding of what it is to say a game is really immersive, or it has good game feel, or things like that. And once we do get more precise, we can start to understand not just what makes video game stories cool, but what makes stories cool when they are told exactly as video games and not as something else. How many people here have played Spec Ops: The Line? That's more than I was expecting. That's great. You should all play it. It's old, but it is a great video game story. For the purposes of our conversation here, the interesting thing to note about Spec Ops is it was really well reviewed, critically acclaimed, blah, blah, blah. Its story is also heavily inspired by Apocalypse Now, an iconic film whose story was actually inspired by an iconic novel, Heart of Darkness, and so you can pose this interesting question. Is Spec Ops: The Line a really good instance of storytelling just because it references this story that would be good in any medium? Or is it that it uses specific methods of video game storytelling to do something that is materially different than something you can achieve in a film like Apocalypse Now or a novel like Heart of Darkness? When we get more precise with our language about how video game storytelling works, we can answer that question, whereas otherwise it doesn't seem clear how we would get any traction on it. Finally, this is worth repeating with regard to the idea of gatekeeping, right? We talk about trying to build a video game canon of storytelling, and we try to build an actual list of games that do or don't make it in on the publication. But what I really love about this is the idea that it can simply be a philosophy for having better conversations about why we love or maybe don't love particular games that are so meaningful to us, right? So you can think about trying to build, one list with your friends if that's something that's meaningful to you. You can also very easily have a personal video game canon, right? Where you just catalog the games that have made you the gamer you are and think about questions like, well, what did I really take from that game? Why was it meaningful to me? What are other games that do things in the same way or that maybe subvert or challenge those things I liked about that game to make me an even more nuanced gamer and really at the end of the day a more nuanced person. That's what I love about this idea, and so that's what I hope we'll be able to take away from our conversation and maybe even have you guys thinking about or writing about these things in your own travels through games. I say that from a very personal note because in this next part of the presentation, where I'm going to be walking you through an example of analyzing a video game story for admission to the canon, it's actually something that would typically be done by my friend and colleague Dan, who is the brain father of the series, so to speak. He was supposed to be here, unfortunately he wasn't able to. But the game that we're going to be talking about in brief is The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. So hopefully some of you have played that, or at least heard of it. But it's meaningful to me because I've been analyzing video game stories in various contexts for about 5 years now. What really inspired me to do this in the first place was that Dan and I went to the same high school, and I had the privilege of sitting in on a presentation that he gave about the storytelling value of Ocarina of Time. And so being able to think about and analyze these things and see the way that other people are playing these games and how they think about it really can make a difference in terms of your own perspective on them. That's really meaningful to me, and I hope I can share it with you as well. Here's something that we often had as a running gag, Dan and I, when we were in high school together. We had the privilege of reading The Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri at similar times. And as we were going through the many different, various cantos and hell and purgatory and heaven and all that, we would oftentimes turn and look at each other and say, hey, this Dante guy, I'm starting to think he might know a thing or two about storytelling or religion. He's really got something going on. We should tell someone about this. And now I'm going through a very similar thing because after several years of Dan insisting that I should watch it, I'm finally watching JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, right? And I noticed you didn't applaud that way for The Divine Comedy, but whatever. But it's the exact same thing, right? I message him all the time like, man, this Iraqi guy, I think he's really onto something. We should tell someone about this. It's a joke, right? Because when you have a work that has ascended to the status of classic, it almost kind of becomes untouchable by virtue of that, in what I think is a disappointing way. If you think about the plays of Shakespeare, or the films of Hitchcock, or the music of Bach, there's almost a sense in which it's not worth talking about them because it's so obvious that they're great. And so we just put them on the shelves, and we read them or watch them at some point, and we tell people that we have done this so that we can act cultured or whatever. But there's this resistance to digging into them because it doesn't seem worth our time, right? That avoids the question that can be a really compelling way into thinking about something like a canon, which is, what is it about this work that's so great that it became a classic? And once we learn that aspect of the work, how can it inform us about other works in the genre or medium and come to understand what came after this work, what it was responding to, all of those great canon questions that we went through already. And of course, you can ask that exact same thing about Ocarina of Time. This is maybe a foregone conclusion, but raise your hand if you've played Ocarina of Time. Yeah, that sounds right. Let's get all the hands up for if you've heard of Ocarina of Time in one point or another in your life. Yeah, okay, and like 3 people are lying and didn't raise their hands, but that's fine. If you're thinking about classics in a medium, this has basically gotten all of the accolades ever in the history of video games. I think they invented evaluating video games after Ocarina of Time came out. And so to the extent that anything can be a classic, certainly this qualifies, right? But just like with those other works we were talking about before, you can pose the question, all right, given that this game has been praised so much, what is it about it that gets everyone so excited, that keeps gamers coming back to it and playing it every few years, right? When new games are constantly coming out, and indeed even new Zelda games are coming out, but many will go back to Ocarina of Time, right? And given that, is it really deserving of that? And if so, what can we learn about the medium more broadly from it, right? That's the basic project of the series that we have on With a Terrible Fate, now loading the video game canon, which Dan put together. And I'm going to walk through kind of a truncated version of what that analysis of The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time might look like, mostly just to seed the conversation for our group discussion of another game. Now remember, Really important to talk about the function with regard to which you're analyzing the object, so we're just remembering that we're thinking about video games as a storytelling medium. In light of that, the most immediate things to focus on, you might suppose, are plot, characters, and theme. You know, who's doing the things, what are the things that they're doing, and why does it matter? Now, in the actual full analyses, there are plenty of other things to consider, and you can really wrap every aspect of a video game into its storytelling in one regard or another, like music, gameplay, its impact on culture, et cetera, but we're gonna focus on these in the interest of time. How many people are familiar with this little graphic in one way or another? Yeah, and for all the hands, I mean, even if you don't recognize this graphic as such, you definitely understand and are familiar with what it's representing. This is the hero's journey. It's the kind of standard story arc that you see in things like Star Wars and The Hobbit, and some English teacher in your life probably bullied you into memorizing it or studying it in a book or something, right? I have much love for English teachers, but you know what I'm talking about. The hero's journey, right, very succinctly, a would-be hero is called to action because, you know, something bad is gonna happen or they need to complete some quest. Some mentor figure or supernatural power pulls them out of their familiar home, has them go through many trials, many failures, many tests of their fortitude before ultimately being able to overcome that challenge, and they have to find their way home, but they find that they're different than when they left in the first place, right? It was popularized and really designed in terms of the modern analytic view of it by this professor of literature by the name of Joseph Campbell in a really great book, The Hero with a Thousand Faces. So if you're interested in this kind of stuff and you haven't read that, strong recommend. Why are we talking about this now? Well, because Ocarina of Time is point by point a hero's journey, right? You start out with the young Link who sleeps in. I can relate to that, hard to get out of bed. But he's called to action by a number of different forces, right? From magic trees to an owl who won't shut up to, you know, his would-be girlfriend dressed as a guy, like all the normal stuff. We all go through it, right? And he has to basically become not only stronger and more capable, but in fact more mature to the point of being jettisoned through time to become an adult in order to overcome the evils of Ganondorf, undo the calamity of Ganon taking control of Hyrule, etc., all before he ultimately is sent back in time such that his entire journey never was, and he becomes this kind of thankless hero in the bargain. In terms of the characters, we have something that is similarly archetypal or folkloric, something that Joseph Campbell would be totally on board with. Our three main actors are all representative of particular virtues, which are, you know, direct manifestations of this metaphysically real virtue trio in the world of Legend of Zelda, the Triforce. So you have power, wisdom, courage, right? When they're together, they're literally strong enough to grant any wish you might want. When they're fractured apart, bad things can happen, especially if you are power that is not tempered by wisdom and courage, as Ganon and Ganondorf show us again and again throughout the series, right? Meanwhile, Zelda is trying to guide Link and trying to figure out how to manage her wisdom and stop herself from inciting the rise of Ganondorf in the first place, and Link, with his courage, is off on his quest, right? Now that's a pretty standard analysis of characters, but we can also ask the further question, because remember, one of the cool things about video games is that they're interactive. Given that one of these characters is an avatar, how does that inform our understanding of that character and also the role of the player in this world, right? Turns out quite a lot. Because Link, of course, is now understood popularly as this classic silent protagonist, really an extension of the player in many ways. And that's material in Ocarina of Time, because when you think about things like everything that Link has to go through and his representation of the virtue of courage, it's really the player that's grounding that courage. Every time that Link has to move forward in the world or overcome something that a child of his age never ever could on his own, right? He's able to do it precisely because the player is able to give him that strength by guiding him through it over and over again as many times as it takes, right? We experience the departure from the Deku Woods with him. We experience the pulling of the Master Sword that thrusts him forward in time, completely unexpected by the player and Link. We experience that final confrontation with Ganondorf and him being sent back in time as if our entire journey never was, right? Now, I know looking around, a lot of us probably experienced this as kids, and it's been a while, but hopefully you can call to mind and reminisce with me about what a hero's journey that really was for you as a kid if you had the benefit of playing this game. I mean, truly, it might seem like something that, as with the classics, is cliched at this point, but this notion of being able to not only experience a hero's journey just from a distance, looking at characters doing it, but actually being enthralled within it yourself and being the hero, that's material, and that's something that another medium simply couldn't do in the same way as a video game, right? That's the theming. That's where it becomes more than simply the monomyth. It's this idea that by virtue of progressing through the game and guiding Link, the player is actually in a real way, able to become a hero. And that's pretty cool, right? It's cool because if we're thinking about whether or not something like this game belongs in the canon, on the one hand, of course, it's a foregone conclusion that it belongs in the canon because, hello, it's Ocarina of Time. That's where we started this whole conversation. But now, by virtue of thinking about it and picking apart these different pieces, we can see that it really does something that's interesting and helps us to get a better grip on a lot of other video game stories, namely inviting the player into the story of heroism such that they become a hero. And when you think of that as a kind of innovation in Ocarina of Time, then a lot of the subsequent innovations that have happened in video game storytelling since then, which play on that player involvement in the story in a bunch of different, more complicated ways, seem like elaborations and extensions of what Ocarina of Time was doing and teaching us all along, right? So we're able to see, by virtue of considering this classic up close, not only that it deserves to be in the canon, but also the impact that it's made on us as gamers and other video games, and are able to get one step closer to building this cohesive understanding of video games as a work of storytelling and a storytelling medium, right? So that's one example. I've given you a lot to chew on and groundwork, and now we can get to the fun part. So first, as an interstitial, thank you for listening to me. Now, if you want to take a moment, hopefully this should work. I tested the link if you have reception in this room. If not, let me know, and we can also do something more simple like a show of hands. But just vote once, please, for whatever game that you'd like to talk about. I'll give you maybe 30 seconds to a minute to do that. And after that, we'll see which one wins. And people who want to line up to share some views or thoughts on whether this game deserves to be in the canon or not and why, line up at the mic. It's going to be more focused than a traditional Q&A, so really just line up at the mic if you'd like to share something about that game. If you have more questions about the groundwork that I did in terms of what canons are and why they matter, happy to talk about that as long as you want. After the panel, outside, but let's save it for then. And then I'll offer some kickoff thoughts on the game, and we will go from there and start a conversation. So thank you guys, and let me disappear into the poll to see how things are going. All right, the good news is the poll is working. People watching on the stream, I hope you behaved yourselves. Otherwise, we're all gonna suffer. No, we're not gonna suffer. You might just have to suffer me talking more if no one else does. We'll give it maybe 30 more seconds just to see if anyone is having slow internet or anything like that. Can you all also see the results, or is it just me? Okay, cool. So we know it's a little transparent. It's not just me pulling something out of a hat, which is good. So I guess you all like Final Fantasy IX. Is that right? Okay, we got some woos. That gives me a little bit of faith in the fidelity of the results. That's good. Great. Well, I'm going to share some introductory thoughts about Final Fantasy IX. While I'm doing so, if people would like to put together or think about their own views and offer something to share, welcome to line up at the talkback mic, conveniently placed for your participation in the middle of the room. Don't be shy, because I truly only have a few introductory thoughts on this, and then I want to hear mostly from you. And we can just have a freewheeling conversation about the virtues and vices of this game. By way of intro, I will confess to you, this intimate crowd, and also the entire internet on that stream, that I actually didn't play Final Fantasy IX myself until pretty recently. which I think is not that uncommon of an experience. I mean, it's a flagship title, but I feel like especially being sandwiched between 7 and 10, it flew a little under the radar, relatively speaking. Relatively, because it's still a Final Fantasy title, right? But I absolutely ended up loving it, which is also not an uncommon reaction that I've seen from people who discover this, especially later in their gaming career, right? Just to seed the conversation with a couple of thoughts on why I think it's really interesting. In the first place, I think it's a really cool study in an ensemble cast, right? Especially in the overall texture of JRPGs and where they've been and where they're going as a medium. Typically, it's very standard in a JRPG to have a whole group of party members who all have their own thing and, you know, find their way together and want to stop the big bad and ultimately end up killing God probably, but let's not think about that because our brains will break. I think what's cool about this, though, is each of these characters really feels like an entity unto themselves in a way where in many other games, I think, either the party members will feel more generic across the board or one party member will just shine above the rest. So if you think about something like Final Fantasy VII, right? They have a lot of characters and you might have a favorite character, but it's very much Cloud and the gang, right? Just so with Final Fantasy X, you have Tidus and the gang. I really think that in Final Fantasy IX, you know, you could say it's Zidane and the gang, but I really think that each of them stands on their own, and the game was set up to make it that way, where they each wrestle with their own things, but also those things end up coalescing together in a way that is really consonant and satisfying, and it's really cool to watch it walk that line across the course of a very, very intricate story. An intricate story, though, that once you put all of those pieces together of the different plot, I think does a really, really interesting job of progressing from just the introductory motions of literally a staged play that's designed to kidnap Princess Garnet, only to discover that she actually wanted to be kidnapped, only to discover that her Uncle Sid wanted her to be kidnapped, so she didn't really have any agency in that, all the way across this adventure that takes you from wars between Alexandria and the rest of the world that is Gaia, to the other world of Terra that is basically trying to be parasitic on the world of Gaia in order to sustain its own population, and ultimately to a confrontation with the desperate, existentially doomed being that is Kuja, and ultimately with this extra metaphysical being that is Necron that wants to simply annihilate the universe in order to destroy this duality between life and death entirely, right? I will say, because I want to involve all of you, and I notice that no one's lining up, so that's going to be a problem in a second when I stop talking. I did actually, to kind of tease this panel at the outset, just a few hours ago, publish a much larger article analyzing just Final Fantasy IX, so I encourage you all to check that out if you want to dig into this more. But I think what's really cool about it in a nutshell is that movement from a theatrical play all the way to characters wrestling with their different, uniquely interesting identities, and ultimately to what seems initially like a very non sequitur confrontation with Necron, ultimately when you look at it, tells a very coherent, singular story about the very human question of how is it possible to act authentically when you always feel as though you're under threat of artificial existence? Whether that's artificial in the sense of being a fictional character, artificial in the sense of having a role imposed on you, like being born into or led into a royal family when you're not really royalty and don't want that, to any number of the other things that these poor character members have to deal with. Vivi perhaps being the apex of it, with his entire existence being manufactured, right? So I think those are interesting things to mull on, and that's all I'm going to say by way of intro. So I would really love all of those people who voted for Final Fantasy IX to take a stand and tell me what they think about it. We got one guy, hey! Yes! Give him the cheers. It's always hardest to be the first one. Hey. Hello.
I chose this game.
Ooh, I love it. Let's get into it. Why do you hate it?
You know, and as I was reflecting on why I hate it, I don't know if I have a good reason. Granted, I played this when it came out, and it was in high school, right? So however long that was ago. And I remember the only thing I got from the story, and you described the end of it, was that it felt like this switch. Like I played it and I built up to all of this, and then something came out of nowhere, changed the whole theming for High School Andy, and then I hated it. And then everybody said it was better than 7, so I hated it more. And so what I took away from that game is, and I love that you said that it's about the whole is greater than the sum of its parts, because I just didn't connect with any of the characters, because it felt too separate to me. Where Cloud and the gang, they're all friends. And I really enjoyed that. And for this, well, I guess, didn't you get like separate side selling in it too? Like side stories? You could like press select or something, and maybe adult Andy would like it. But high school Andy, no. So I want to hear why people like this story. Charles.
I think you raise a really good point, right? And I think the other side of the theatricality that I was talking about is this idea that it's much harder to associate with a single character, because you are almost as if you're watching a play, right? Like bouncing around to all of these different characters. And so it can be harder to see that overall picture, especially as you're playing through it. So that's a great point. And it raises the question too, more broadly, up to what extent does your experience of the game in the moment reflect the quality of the game versus when you step back afterwards and reflect on the whole, right? Because those aren't always necessarily the same thing.
Well, maybe that's what it is. I should play it as an adult. Maybe that makes a difference.
Yeah. Thank you, Andy. Hey, please. Why don't you say your name too? That's a good touch. I forgot to mention that.
Oh, what's it? Name is Charles.
Hey, Charles.
Hey. So I thought it was really interesting that you were raising up the point about all these characters weaving to create a story. If only because I think you could probably remove Amaranth and Quina and not really you lose much of the story. Like I do think there is a good story there with Zidane and Garnet and everybody else, except those two. Okay, anyways. And I also agree 7 was better than 9, but still. I will say though that I thought to not be so negative is just that I do think there are some of the other side characters not part of the party that do have interesting relationships with the other characters. The Queen, what's it? I forget her name.
Braun.
Braun, yeah, there it is. And Blank and the rest of the troupe. They really do create this bigger world that seems really appropriate and interesting. But I'm not sure if everything was great enough that it wove everything so seamlessly as everything else. So I'm not sure if this is going to be a good one.
And look, that's a fair point. I will say as a spoiler for my article, I don't mention Quina at all, and there's a reason for that, right? So you're right.
She just captures frogs.
But look, you can't undervalue the killer frog attack that does infinite damage for whatever reason, right?
But
no,
Kate Sith had a lucky slot. or random. Okay, anyways.
I think one thing, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts, by the way. I think one thing that's really cool about the idea of characters from beyond the party becoming really interesting in their own right too is, maybe 7 did this, but I haven't played 7 in a minute. I'll also say for the record, I love 7 too, so please don't interpret any of this as me 7 bashing. But one of the cool things that I really enjoyed about 9 was how characters move in and out of your party in different scenes very seamlessly, right? Sometimes you're able to control Beatrix, sometimes she's a boss, and so those relationships of player control shifting as the story evolves, I thought was a really interesting way of getting new perspectives on those characters as well. But thank you, Charles. Hey.
You just completely stole my thunder.
Oh no! I'm so sorry.
I wanted to say that out of all the Final Fantasies, one of my favorite non-controllable characters, or non-main party members, is Beatrix, and I thought she fits really well into what you were talking about, the theme of acting authentically under the fear of an artificial existence.
Yeah.
Because one of her quotes is my will and my whatever, my decisions mean nothing because I'm just following orders or whatever. And I thought she was a really cool character, and I loved the way that she would come into and out of the party and into and out of scenes, and the game played with that. And I thought it really added to the story and the overall theme.
I'm going to say less so that doesn't happen again, and I'm sorry about stealing your thunder.
It was a coincidence, don't worry.
I'll ask you a question instead. So, given that perspective on Beatrix, how did you feel about the way that she ended up with Steiner at the end? Force but sweet. Not totally dissimilar to the theme that we're talking about, notice. Thanks.
Hello, hello. My name is Raphael. I think I might have an unpopular opinion here in that I think it's a perfectly good standalone work and should definitely be canon in its own franchise. But as far as like a greater canon of the medium, I feel like it's a tad redundant, whereas definitely don't want to like have one franchise so heavily represented where I feel something like 6, 7, 10 probably would be in the canon, maybe some of the earlier games in the franchise. And I definitely feel like 9 is like a bookend to like the Super Nintendo era of the Final Fantasy games. So in that sense, it makes sense. But I feel like if we were to consider something like Chrono Trigger or Chrono Cross being an example of like an ensemble cast, and then later like one console generation removed in the same genre, something like Persona 3, I think explores like existential themes much better. I don't know if 9 could really carve its own place amongst that.
I think that's really well put, Raphael. It raises 2 points worth mentioning. First, I'm actually so glad you mentioned Chrono Trigger because it's one that we discussed in a panel exactly like this at PAX West a few years ago, and it's a tremendous game that, you're right, has a tremendous ensemble cast. It's also really interesting, so one of the things I didn't talk about in methodology with canon building is exactly what you bring up, right? Like, to what extent do we want to think about representation of different series? To what extent do we want to be redundant, right? So I think that's definitely worth considering, and also worth considering other options to give all series their due, right? Like something like Final Fantasy that is so prolific, you could even do a canon like just of Final Fantasy games and maybe better understand that series through that lens before extrapolating to the medium more broadly. So it's a great point. Yeah, thank you for sharing.
Hi. I am a huge fan of Final Fantasy IX. I think there was probably some benefit for me when you're talking about it being sandwiched between 7 and 10, as I didn't get a chance to play 10. And I bought the PC version of Final Fantasy VII, and it crashed every time we got to the Chocobo races.
Oh no!
So I got as far as where the Chocobo races became part of the story, and then that was as far as I could get. And I haven't gotten a chance to play through it yet, but it's on my list. I'll get to it. It's only been how many decades? But the reason that I liked Final Fantasy IX, I did really appreciate the characters, just that they each had their own story, but that their stories kind of, they became their own individuals in telling the story. And I think that the kind of the diversity of their strange characters, each of them are many of them, especially Quina, bizarre characters. And I think that if we're gonna talk about canon, I think that it's interesting because Final Fantasy IX, to me, I feel like I can relate to it in a way. It's like, well, I feel like I'm a strange person, and I think that's probably something a lot of gamers, I won't make assumptions, but maybe a lot of people feel that way as well. And so what I liked about Final Fantasy IX is kind of having that theme of like, is it determined what I'm going to be like based on was I manufactured, or do people see me in a certain way? With Amarant being a thief, but can he also help others as well? Kind of overcoming your background or whatever to be able to, can you determine your own future? And then marrying that with, can you support others in a team and create something greater than yourself as well? And so I think that's what I like about it the most. But I feel like in that way, it kind of tells the story of gamers in a way as well. So I think that's important.
No, that's a great point, and I think it's funny to me because the plurality of voices in that, I think, makes it all the more salient in terms of thinking about your own voice. You have so many games that focus on the interiority of a single character, but one of the theatrical aspects of 9 that I love so much is how it does such a great job of giving us the interior lens into what many, maybe not all, but many of the characters are going through. Of course, you get to see Zidaane's inner life, and there's the decomposition of his identity, blah, 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 but you also get to see everything that Garnet is struggling with when she's literally so crippled by the weight of everything she's been through that she loses her voice. And Zidane doesn't interpret that through, he's not the one presenting that to us. We get to see it directly through her own thoughts and her own struggles in her mind. And so there is something special to that, I think.
I will add in defense of Queena as well. I also thought she super strange character for sure, but kind of, if we think about it in terms of like the importance of each individual, we don't need to know Queena to know that he or she is important to the story. And the way that the characters interacted with them without having that background, I think is meaningful as well.
A great point. You don't always need to know everything. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Loki. So I also kind of have an unpopular opinion, and it's going to be unpopular because I did not play 9. But I have no interest in playing 9. And here's the, I know, I heard it, as soon as I said it, I heard, ooh. No, so I played a bit of, I got into Final Fantasy pretty late in my like teenage years, I would say. I played 7, and I liked it. It was one of my friends' like most like favorite. Really liked Red. I really liked the characters in it. I played half of 8, and then kind of just like it fell off. And then I played 10 and 10 Part 2, and I really enjoyed it. And I thought the characters were interesting, and I also thought that they were kind of unique. I thought Titus was kind of annoying as a main character, and I kind of liked that because it was different, because I was just like, oh God, I hope he dies. Oh gosh, I hope he dies. And then his whole interaction with Yuna, I was like, oh my gosh, this is pathetic. Like, and so, but I still somehow just like, I really enjoyed it. And like, of course, with like, Aaron coming in with, I was just like, can I have more of him throughout the whole game? And like, let's just get rid of it. But, when people were telling me you should play 9, I was like, oh, what's it kind of about? And I felt like when they were trying to explain it, and even like right now, while you were explaining it right now, it was really convoluted. Like, it just kind of like kept going on. And it was like, well, it's about these kids. I was like, with a monkey tail, or what do you, and it was just like, well, it's not really. And, but like all I heard, so like all I kind of got from it, especially with like different people trying to tell me about it was, well, all you have to like is Vivi, and Vivi's the best part of it, and that's it. And so I was like, okay, cool. But like what I feel like is not really represented either is like Tactics. Final Fantasy Tactics has like such a rich, beautiful story in it, and all the different ones too, like from the PlayStation to the Game Boy Advance. Like, you have a character who is like in a wheelchair and comes back into this magical world, like free of this like pain that they were going through, and like, then learning to accept themselves and love themselves. And I felt that had like a much richer, deeper story to it. And it's kind of led me to be like, why would I go to 9? That's this convoluted, strange, and Tactics, I could basically form my own story in a sense with these different characters that I can put a background to, because I could be like, oh yeah, this time Moogle, like, basically like is like the last son of this Moogle family and has sworn revenge against all these characters. Like, I can make that story for each of them, even if they don't really have them. So like, I guess my question to you is like, for someone who is kind of more like jaded about the 9, how would you convince me to feel that this is canon, or that I guess I should play it because, I guess.
No, it's a really good question, and the point is well taken. I guess I would say 2 things. One is, generally speaking, I think you make a great observation that convoluted does not always mean sophisticated, and can really be a barrier to entry. I actually wrote something earlier this year about one of the things I enjoyed about Final Fantasy VII Remake, speaking of controversial opinions, being the fact that its fixed plot, like the amount that you needed to experience in order to get a full understanding of the story, was proportionately shorter than a lot of these games are. And I think there are interesting ways to get more story that's more direct, that it follows in ways that games like Final Fantasy IX don't, right? I think the best sell that I could make of it to you is, I'm someone who identifies as a theater kid, right? I did a lot of theater in high school, blah, blah, blah. I think one of the things that I've come to love about video games myself is there's a way in which it turns every player into a theater kid in terms of assuming roles and experiencing the drama of theater and everything like that, but also being a part of the play. And I think Final Fantasy IX does a really thoughtful job of taking that idea of the artifice and theater of what you're doing in a game and imposing really human themes on that, so that you end up thinking a lot about not only your own role, but also the value of fiction and what you're able to take out of this stuff that at the end of the day isn't real, and ultimately empowers you to say, like, it doesn't matter that it's not real, I can still get a lot of material value out of it. And I think the way that it does that, like, maybe seems complicated and convoluted, to use your word, at the first pass, but if you're able to keep track of those different elements, it can be really rewarding in that regard.
Okay, follow-up question, just real quick then. What would... Okay, so I really like the series for like Dragon Age and the BioWare has or Witcher, which has like a really rich, or even like let's say Star Wars games. That's a bunch of books, that's a bunch of movies, etc. What makes those games not have what you're looking, like what you just said, like that putting yourself into and make yourself kind of like a theater kid and kind of having this like expansive storytelling experience through 9, when I also have those games that kind of do it too, and also have this like huge lore dump on you where you can just be like, here you go. And like with Dragon Age, you literally make your character, so like you are like literally immersing yourself in it, kind of, you want to.
Yeah, and look, in the spirit of bluntness, my own take on that would be that those games like Dragon Age and The Witcher, while really great for that kind of role formation, are kind of reductive in terms of their approach to theater. The reason being this: you create a character and then try to subsume yourself in that world, so it's almost as if the goal is to make the artifice disappear and feel as though you were really operating within that role and within that world for real, right? Which is great and interesting in its own right, but this is very different in the sense that these are characters whom you don't define, and they're actually really interesting moments, like there's a part where you're controlling Steiner and you can have an option of trying to make him attack someone, and if you try to get him to do it, he actually resists, because he's not the kind of person who would do that, right? And so I think the separateness of those characters, when combined with these theatrical tropes and framing, makes you more aware of your role, not even so much as an actor, but more of like a director who is able to guide the drama that's evolving on stage in an interesting way that you don't get from something like BioWare or The Witcher.
Awesome. All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I gotta do it. Okay, for the people on the stream, there's a Praise the Sun shirt. Solaire.
I have a full cosplay, but it's in Boston, so. My name is Mary, and given that we have talked about 6 in comparison to 7, it is, sorry, I already gave away what I was gonna say. We've talked about 9 in comparison to 7.
Yeah.
But now it is my legal obligation to talk about 9 in comparison to 6.
Do it.
So, when we're talking about these themes, about this ensemble cast who all have a tie to the antagonist as well as the meaning of existence, 6 already did that. I would argue 6 did it better. We have characters, we were talking about how we had the royal who doesn't feel like she belongs. We have the 2 brothers who are both royals, Edgar and Sabin himself had run away, and then we get to see the other side of it in which Edgar has to be wrought with guilt and just worry for his brother who did not want to be born into that role. And then 6 also just brings up the even more questions of existence when we have to deal with not only an artificial existence, but an existence brought upon somebody whose existence in her power came from the murder of other innocent people. We have that theme we had to deal with. And then just the question at the end of what can we find in a world that's already ruined? So when I look at 9, I look at 6. They have the same themes. I think 6 really set the bar, I think, even for subsequent Final Fantasy games. And I think that looking at 9, I don't think that it can really hold a candle to what 6 gave us.
Look, well put. And I'll be honest, completely transparent. I actually haven't played 6 yet.
Fair enough.
It's next on my list. I know. I maybe shouldn't have admit that, but here we are. No, but I'm passingly familiar with 6, as one has to be, right? And I think, Just in the interest of time, one thought that I would maybe put in your mind, Tamal, and we can talk about it more if you want. 6 has this great iconic finale with Kefka, right, at the end. And he's very much changed, but he's also very much a character throughout the game. I think a lot of the interesting aspects of the particular artifice and the way in which the game philosophically dwells on that 9 uses that you don't get in something like Kefka and 6 is the idea that Necron is truly something that is not of this world. And he, in a very similar and I would say importantly similar way to the player, is stepping in from outside and rendering a judgment on what this world should be, which is why I think it's actually kind of it's a mistake when people try to do the lore work of explaining like what Necron is. I think the point of him and why he's importantly different from something like Kefka, drawing this difference between 6 and 9, is that he is wholly beyond this world and rendering a judgment on its most foundational metaphysics of whether or not it should continue to exist. Right?
That's actually a very good point. And truth be told, I will admit that I think that Kefka had something lacking, so I'll give you that.
There you go. Thank you, Mary. All right, friends, we have 5 minutes, so try to get to everyone here. But like I mentioned before, I also love to keep these conversations going. So if you want to hang out for a little bit outside the room afterwards, I'm happy to do that. So over to you.
Hi.
Hi.
So I would actually like to make a sort of suggest a thing about canonicalness. So I have not played Final Fantasy IX, I'm embarrassed to admit, but so I voted for Demon Souls because,
nice.
Yes, because I think that it is useful when a game is in a canon, I can say a Souls-like story, and there is a specific storytelling technique that the Souls-like games employ, which is write your story, don't put it in a game, have Vadividya explain to people later. There is a Souls-like story that is totally unlike, say, a Final Fantasy story. I think it does something, it may not be the first series to do that, but it is the series that we have heard of. I can use that name and immediately know what I'm talking about. However, if I say a Final Fantasy IX-like story, it doesn't immediately jump to your head, oh, well, I don't know. Does it immediately jump to someone's head, this is the technique that I'm talking about? Or is it a very, very good, but not necessarily fundamentally uniquely told story, I guess, if you're see what I'm getting at? So that would be my submission for evaluating this on canon is, does it do something that by itself adds to the canon that we'll then later be able to use to talk about stories and analyze things and all that. So.
I do see what you're getting at. That's well put. I think one thing that's worth considering in future conversations is the extent to which genre informs canon, right? That's really what you're getting at with something like Miyazaki's work. And you're right, if you're thinking about something as general as video game storytelling, you need to make sure that that's capacious enough to accommodate all the different genres. And you might end up thinking that's just too gargantuan a task, and so you should break it down into understanding things like the oeuvre just of Hidetaka Miyazaki, which we've actually done a talk on before for that exact reason. Thank you.
And perhaps for that reason, this should be canonical in the RPG storytelling canon, even if not in the wider video game, canon. So,
yes, that's a great point. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Connor. I'll try and be brief. I had 4 different questions for each of these games. Unfortunately, this one's the weirdest for...
Good.
So the question I have is more of the role of the mimetic in either driving what is classic or classic driving what is mimetic. For example, I haven't played Final Fantasy IX, but I recognize the characters and I understand their place in the wider cultural aspect. But I'm wondering if it is more of their mimetic nature as characters, as art, and whether or not that drives us to associate them with these more cultural classic areas, or if it is the fact that this is a classic game and therefore that is why we move this into our cultural ideal. The example that I was going to use was Hamlet. Everyone and their mothers, sisters, grandmothers, brothers, whatever, can recognize the man in the Shakespearean dress holding a human skull and immediately come to mind to be or not to be. And I'm wondering, never mind. Sorry, way too far of a step off to the path.
I talked about Hamlet in my article about Final Fantasy IX, so you're wrong. That is not too far of a step.
But yeah, my question was, in this case, is it more that Final Fantasy IX is more ingrained into the canon? Words. Is it more ingrained into the canon, and that's what drives its mimeticness, or if it's just the fact that they are so recognizable and?
No, it's a good question, and given that we have 1 minute, I think I would put it to you. I mean, what do you think?
Personally, I do believe that just from the fact of earlier when you made the joke about the frog attack that doesn't do damage, there were giggles that came throughout the audience, and mostly from the side over here that had played the game before. And so in this case, I believe it's more of it is a classic and well-played enough game that it drove the mimetic.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting thought. And I think it dovetails nicely with the previous question that we had in terms of how genre fits into it, right? Because it may be that certain games are recognizable as antecedently canonical stories among certain classes of gamers, like people who are really into JRPGs. For instance, I was able to make that joke because I played this game a couple of months ago, right? I didn't recognize it as something that had pervaded the culture of JRPGs, despite the fact that I play a lot of JRPGs. But it's interesting too, because then once you play them, they can almost work as a kind of cipher, and maybe that can point to their canonical nature as well, saying oh, maybe they're worth focusing on or studying or honing in on precisely because being ingrained in the culture already, I feel as though I am learning something about these other games that I played previously by finally experiencing this for myself. So,
thank you.
We're at time. Everyone, thank you so much. You've been a wonderful audience. The two people who didn't get to raise their points, and anyone else who wants to talk about any aspect of this more broadly, please feel free to find me afterwards. I'm gonna hang out there, but we'll clear the room for the fine presenters and enforcers of PAX. Everyone who was watching the stream, thank you so much. I hope you had a great time, and enjoy the rest of your PAX, everyone. It's so great to see you all. Thank you.
That's my man going down.
Apologies for being a little late here. We had a little bit of time mix up. There was going to be a slideshow with this. There will not be. You will just have to listen to the sound of my mellifluous voice wafting through your ear canals. Think we can handle that, right? All right, cool. This is the 100 games you absolutely, positively must know how to play 2021 edition. This is an unalterable list. It's going to be correct forever, and we knew that in 2015, and of course, nothing changed after that point, except this: about 30,000 games were released in the last 6 years. That's not a joke. That's an actual number, and so a lot changed on this list. It still covers a lot of the same mechanics that it used to cover, but it's still the list that, but so much changed that I think we needed to reevaluate it. So I think it's a better list. You might disagree. You can compare it to the last one and see if you agree with that. Now, but let me describe what it isn't first. It's not a list of the 100 best games. You like a game better than every other game on this list. I know that. Fantastic. This isn't about greatness. And it's not a list about it's not a list of the most important games either. So it's like, yeah, there were some really important games that didn't make this list, didn't make it in 2015, might not make it this year. That's okay. We're not really trying to look at notoriety here. It's certainly not a list of the most fun games. Some of these things, well, I don't know, man. You might find that these are not the most enjoyable games to you. That's okay. We're just trying to teach here. It's the list of 100 games that if your friend Zeb walked up and said, you know, I've never played that, you'd say, Zeb, we have to fix you right now. So this is how to be a well-rounded gamer. Let's get a couple things out of the way first, because I know you're going to say, why the hell is this not on the list? So let's talk about what's not on the list. I didn't put any 500-year-old games on the list. All right? I didn't put any game that's public domain and no one knows who invented it. If you need me to tell you that chess, air hockey, Mancala, hearts, rock, paper, scissors, Texas Hold'em, backgammon, pinball, charades, Go, shotgun, tic-tac-toe, those are all great games. I mean, you can go. Right? I didn't put the game that started it all on the list. If it's an important game but nobody really plays it now, it's not on the list, so no. Asteroid, Doom, Chainmail, Mortal Kombat, Gettysburg, Midi Maze, Wiz War, Pong, those aren't on the list. I didn't put the game whose rules are irrelevant on the list. If you don't have to know how to play it, it's not on the list. So no Jenga, Mousetrap, Trivial Pursuit, Pac-Man, Concept, Angry Birds, Peggle, Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego? Those aren't on the list. I didn't put Monopoly on the list. You know that it's a game that teaches you critical, important things. I'll have a replacement for it later, but for the moment, understand, these are going to be games that you want to actually play, I think. All right, I didn't put your game on the list. I know you're great. Next time, I promise. I promise. So I've broken this down by category. These category definitions, seriously, I mean, I'm just trying to summarize things here. So if you think something should be a platformer and not an RPG, I understand. I'm just going to move on. I'm also going to tell you what got cut. I'm going to turn off my phone is what I'm really going to do. I'll tell you each time in each category which things got cut, and then I will tell you what's on the list now. All right, we're going to start with tabletop RPGs. There were 5 games on the list before. So I cut Dungeons and Dragons. No, I didn't do that. I'm joking. No, come on, I wouldn't do that. I cut Mouse Guard and How to Host a Murder, though. That was actually pretty hard. Now on the list, number 1 is Dungeons and Dragons. If you don't know how to play Dungeons and Dragons, find somebody who will teach you. It's the most important game of all time. That's every game. That is the only game on here that is a traditional RPG. So Call of Cthulhu, Top Secret, Gamma World, all those games, not on the list. Vampire the Masquerade is, though. Vampire the Masquerade is a very different kind of role-playing game. It's something where you get to dive in to a large open world of people playing roles in real life, sorta. And you know, those are sort of the two pillars of what I would call popular RPGs. After that, it gets a little weird. But I think you should follow me on these roads. Number 3 on the list is Fiasco. Fiasco is a game where you are given impulses. Now, this is a weird game because 2 years ago, it changed genres entirely. It dropped all of its dice and replaced them with cards. And that's just the kind of thing I would expect from the designer of this game, Jason Morningstar. But the point of this game is it's a storytelling game where there is no game master, and the game master rotates around. It's a very different kind of game, and I think it will lead you down some very interesting roads. After you get sort of, I think, those 3 cornerstone games down, I want to introduce you to a couple of other games maybe you don't know. Number 4 on the list is Monster Hearts 2. Monster Hearts is a game powered by an engine called Apocalypse World. It is a game set in a high school where the characters deal with all of their problematic issues with drugs and sex and things like that. It is a consent-based game. And it is perhaps one of the most interesting experiences you can have as an RPG player. I liken this to the movie 13, which is a terrifying thing to me. The idea of really knowing what teenagers do in their lives is something I don't really want to know about. Monster Hearts will require you to confront that. It's a pretty fascinating game. And after you get done with that, I needed a replacement for How to Host a Murder, and I finally found one. That game is called Dread. Dread is an RPG where a bunch of people come together and craft a horror story. And in the center of the room is a tower of blocks, often called Jenga. And as you participate in the horror elements, the tension is ramped up by pulling pieces out of the Jenga tower. It is about the only time I have ever seen a room of role-playing gamers go silent, even if they weren't actually playing the game. I encourage you to check that out. All right, I'm gonna cut to electronic RPGs. Let me tell you what got cut from that list, and now you're gonna understand how this process went for me. I have cut Zork 1, The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, and Diablo 2 from the list. Still remaining on the list, though, is The Secret of Monkey Island. Secret of Monkey Island is a comedy RPG. It's the first one, and it's pretty great. There was a huge battle for the spot at number 7 for which Final Fantasy game should make this list. Usually, last time nobody had any questions that it should be Final Fantasy VII, which is the right answer. But the new Final Fantasy is pretty good, so it's really going to be hard for Final Fantasy VII to make it to the next time I do this list. I still have Mass Effect 2 on this list. I thought by now something would replace it in the action romance genre. I'm not really sure if that's a genre, but I think it's pretty good. And I definitely am not likely to remove Journey from the list. Journey is a game where you can interact with another player, except you can't actually talk to them, and you can only interact with them through the use of a cloak, I think. Like, it's a very difficult game to describe. It's just as much a music game and a visuals game as it is an RPG. Highly recommended. Check out the soundtrack by Austin Wintory. It's one of the great ones. And still holding over, this one I thought might be replaced, but it hasn't been. Depression Quest is still on the list. I caused a bit of a stir when I dropped this one last time. because we were in the middle of the Gamergate controversy. If you haven't played Depression Quest, it's a game about being depressed. And it doesn't have a satisfactory ending. It doesn't even have satisfactory branching points because depression isn't about that. What it is a coping mechanism, but at the same time, it's also a really good game. I considered Papers, Please to take this spot. I encourage you to check that one out too. Okay, here's 3 new entries into the list to replace the 3 I took out. Counterfeit Monkey. Anybody here know what Counterfeit Monkey is? Okay, well, you should all go check it out. There's a woman named Emily Short who writes interactive fiction, and I didn't think I'd ever want to replace Zork on this list until I discovered what she was doing. Counterfeit Monkey is a game where you are in the nation of Anglophone Atlantis, and you have the power, you've created these weapons that allow you to remove and add letters to words to change entire realities. It's a text adventure, that's all it is, but it's better than Zork. And that's a statement I didn't think I was going to be able to say. So please check out Counterfeit Monkey. All right, Diablo 2's no longer on the list. What is? Hades. How could Diablo 2 be kicked off its own playground? I've never seen a game like Hades before. It's a Greek mythology game. It's a platformer. It's just a killing machine game. It's an inventory management game. It's all the things that Diablo was, and yet for some reason it doesn't seem like it takes itself quite as seriously. But at the same time, it's beautiful, and yeah, Blizzard, get to work. I removed Ocarina of Time. Fundamentally, I don't really care what Legends of Zelda game you play, but there is a new way to play it, and I encourage you to check it out. I picked, for the last spot in electronic RPGs, The Legends of Zelda, A Link to the Past Randomizer. I just learned about this. I didn't realize this was going on. The concept that the game will randomize the elements of all the items you can get and so forth changes everything about Zelda. And yet it also changes nothing. Like, it's the perfect speedrunning game because you have no idea what you're gonna run into. It actually tests something that speedrunners don't ever test. And so, I mean, I didn't think a Legend of Zelda game would ever captivate me like this one has. I'm sure Breath of the Wild's great, but look, check out Link to the Past. All right, deduction games. Here's something. This is what I cut off the list. Clue, Werewolf Mafia, and The Resistance. So what do I have left? We still have Mastermind. You all know how to play Mastermind. We still have Zendo. Now Zendo is a game with little pyramids, and your goal is to extract the Zen koan that can be defined by the pyramid's placement. That all makes sense, right? Everybody got that, right? No, really, you just stack a bunch of pyramids up and you say, this is an example of a rule, and over here is an example of not that rule. What's the rule? And so it's what's called a Bongard problem, and it's fascinating. There's many other Ice House games with these little pyramids, but Zendo might be the best. All right, newcomers to the deduction game list. There's 4 new ones. Number 16, Mysterium makes the list. Mysterium is a game where one of you is dead. It adds to this incredible category of social interaction games. You know, games where you want to get people together and have a good time, and nobody can talk. I don't understand how that became a genre. Mysterium may be the best of it. One of the characters is a ghost. They put out a bunch of pictures, and you just have to figure out who killed them. It's a fascinating game, highly recommended. I replaced Clue with Detective. Am I really gonna pull Clue off the wall when Detective is available? If somebody comes in and says, I really love mysteries. Detective is a game where you solve actual mysteries. There's cards that indicate various elements of it. You move around Richmond, Virginia. I do not understand why it's Richmond, Virginia. Like that is literally the 100th city I would have picked in the United States, but fine. And you move around and you go interact with various people who have things to tell you, and you talk amongst yourselves and try to figure out what to do. That sounds like a mystery solving game to me in a way that maybe, I don't know, Clue isn't really. I did not replace the Resistance with Coup or anything like that. I replaced it with Secret Hitler. Secret Hitler just does it right. I mean, yeah, it's a game about fascism. You're gonna have to get over that. I've been playing a game about fascism for about 4 years and I haven't really enjoyed it. But I do think Secret Hitler figured out how to do the Resistance and games like that just absolutely better. I mean, some of us are fascists, some of us are liberals, and it was not intentional. I appreciate the laughter, though. And we just have to figure out who's who, mostly by calling each other out in public, which is incredibly uncomfortable. So I don't think I'm ever going to play the Resistance again. Secret Hitler is my game. And added to the deduction games, wow, I've never seen a game like this before. Among Us makes the list. It's such a gentle-looking game, isn't it? And yet, people hate you in this game. Like you, all the things you did to them over time suddenly come back, and then you're out the airlock. It's a true deduction game, and at the same time, it's a vengeance game. It's a really good game. All right. The category is tile games. I cut the 2 iconic tile games from the list. I cut Acquire and Twixt. These are the 2 3M games. They're classics. You should check them out, and then when you're done playing them, play the games that are on the list still. Number 20, it's first, tile game Catan is gonna make any list forever. So is Carcassonne. If you need me to explain those to you, please go to the board game library and play those games. You are now about to see self-congratulation in its true form. At number 22 in tile games, of course, Betrayal at House on the Hill is still on the list. I mean, I can't claim credit for coming up with the idea for it, but as a developer who got to do this game, you know, there is really nothing like it. The introduction of the trader mechanic in a tile game, because otherwise it would just be a wander around the tiles and pick up stuff game, which is pretty good on its own, suddenly becomes a spotlight game where somebody has to take over the game as the bad guy. 15 years later, it still doesn't have a rival, which is pretty great. So I replaced Monopoly with the game that constantly gets described as a Monopoly killer. But you know what? I went to the store the other day, Monopoly's still not dead. Nonetheless, Lords of Vegas is on the list. James and Ernest and I came up with Lords of Vegas in 2004, basically to get a more enjoyable Acquire game together. And I don't know why it's gotten the Monopoly killer reputation, but you can go down to our booth and check it out. Basically, the idea is that you're building Vegas from the ground up. And so you put out casinos and discover that other people would like your casinos too. It's a city building game, but at the same time, it's also a backstabbing game and a resource management game and lots of other things. Twixt has left the list, as I said. Twixt is the archetypal move across the board game. And there's a new one now, which is just better. It might be forever. And that's James Ernest and Patrick Rothfuss' Tack, a Beautiful Game. On a 5x5 or 6x6 board, you just simply attempt to get your stones from one end to the other. It sounds very simple. It's not simple. It's an outfoxing game, but it also really feels like it's in the world of the King Killer Chronicles. It might be one of the greatest translations of a game that's ever appeared in a fictional work. So highly recommended. Please check out TAC, A Beautiful Game. Okay, tabletop puzzle games. This is one of my favorite categories, and I cut Boggle from it. I feel bad about that. So Scrabble, of course, is still on the list. Scrabble is going to always be on the list. And I started to think about what makes Boggle, or for that matter, Unspeakable Words, or Wordy, or any number of those games different. And fundamentally, they're all the same. They just have some little variation in them. You get a bunch of scrambled letters, and you try to make a word out of them. So I don't feel any need to put any of those other games on them, but obviously it's an entire genre by itself. Among the survivors from this, Can't Stop by Sid Saxon. Great game of moving across the board by rolling dice and trying to figure out which little pillars to keep. Set is a mechanical game where it's a card game where you have to match match shapes with each other or not match shapes with each other. You have to do both at the same time, in fact, which is quite a thing to keep in your head. My friend Robert says the brain cells that you use for that game cannot be used for anything else. And I kept Robo Rally on the list, despite Mechs and Minions making a brilliant charge to take its spot. Robo Rally is a game where you program your little robots to move around a factory. Unfortunately, everything in the factory is designed to crush them or knock them into a hole or kill them with a laser beam. What you do is you program your cards in advance and then hope. Because other people are programming their cards, and when they run into you or shoot you or knock you to the side or move the object you want to hit or whatever, then you still have to complete your program no matter what you know about it. So those are all still there. The tabletop puzzle game that took Boggle's spot, and I think it's well-deserved, is called Codenames. Codenames is a game where you put out cards that have words on them, and then you have to try to clue them to each other without cluing them to the other team, which is a crazy thing to do. You have to basically try to get them to find your cards and not the other person's cards, not the other team's cards. And they put in an assassin card to make it even worse. I wish I had thought of this game. It's one of the few games that's ever made me jealous. And the reason I wish I thought of it is because I would like to write 100 words down and be handed a check for $100,000. Which is, I assume, how the process of writing expansions for Codenames goes. Okay. Electronic puzzle games. That category wasn't touched too much. This one was. You Don't Know Jack, Bejeweled, Threes, and Scribblenauts are now no longer on the list. Yeah, Scribblenauts was a tough cut. Tetris is. I'm not going to explain Tetris to you. The Fool's Errand is also still on the list. I am going to explain The Fool's Errand to you. The Fool's Errand was written by Cliff Johnson. It was written for the Macintosh computer, a thing that very few games were written for. And so we, who owned these strange little boxes, devoured every game that came out for them. And The Fool's Errand was the greatest. It was a game where you had to solve these puzzles, but they were like tarot card puzzles and word hopping puzzles and just the strangest things you've ever seen. He also did another game called 3 and 3, which is also recommended. But The Fool's Errand, if you can find an emulator for an old Macintosh, those must exist, right? Play it. It's amazing. Two other classics stay on the list. You probably know them. One's called Myst. Myst is a game where you're on an island and nobody talks to you, and that's still pretty fun. Portal is a game where exactly the wrong person talks to you. You take a little gun and you shoot little holes in the universe and jump through them and hope. It's basically the whole game, but it's a really, really fun thing. I have it ahead of Portal 2, but you can go with whatever you like. All right, I said Bejeweled is leaving the list. I'm never going to play Bejeweled. I don't know why I put it on the list in the first place. But I'll play Marvel Puzzle Quest. In fact, I play it every day. Marvel Puzzle Quest took the idea of Bejeweled, a match 3 game, and gave me the Marvel universe to play with. And so I didn't know how many different things you could do with a Bejeweled clone. And it's all of them. Like, there are a lot of characters in Marvel, and they all do incredibly different things with just the simple idea of move one thing and knock the others out. So Marvel Puzzle Quest, well-deserved spot. I removed You Don't Know Jack, because how are you going to play You Don't Know Jack? You're only going to play it in Jackbox Party Pack number 1. And so I just said, get all the Jackbox Party Packs. Quiplash, Trivia Murder Party. Like, these are great little games built into this framework of the Jackbox Party Packs. I like Jackbox Party Pack 3, but you can choose whichever you want. Guarantee you that if you bring people over to your house and fire up a Jackbox pack, you will have a great time. All right, entering one of my favorites that I'm happiest to add to this list is Baba Is You. Baba Is You is a game about trying to make the world's words work the way you want them to. Words like is, the word is has never been so important. I mean, it's like what you have to do is you see a bunch of barricades or something, and all you have to do is transform the entire world by moving objects and then knocking words around so they form other sentences, other sort of word equations, I guess. I tell you, it may be one of the greatest levelers I've ever seen, so check it out. And then finally added to the list, there were no VR games on the 2005 list. 2015 list, sorry. But Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes is on this list. As well it should be. Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes is a VR game where one person is able to dismantle a bomb, they just don't know how. Your job is to tell them. You can't see the bomb. And so, talking somebody through being a bomb squad tech is actually kind of stressful. Pretty fun, though. All right, platformers. I didn't do much damage to this one. Lego Star Wars and Limbo didn't make the cut this time. Both excellent games, but not on the list. Super Mario Brothers 3 is still here. I said that no games that started it all, but come on, right? I mean, people are still playing this game every day on the internet. So I got Lemmings on here. I hope everybody still likes sending rodents to their doom. Tell you about a game called Eco. It may not be as well known anymore. Other people argued for Shadows of the Colossus to have this spot. Eco is a game where you are in a castle, you are a 10-year-old demon boy, and there's a princess who's stuck in it with you, and you just have to get her out. All you have to do is hold her hand all the way through the game. That's very, very stressful. It's a great couples game because it's like my wife and I played this, and I don't want her to fall into the abyss of shadows, right? So I held onto her hand, right? I mean, it's pretty great. Another game that's still on here, and I don't know that anybody else has tried to make a game like this, so I guess it probably will be for a while, is Katamari Damacy. Sometimes you just want to roll the world up in a ball. The world kind of sucks. Why not roll it up in a ball? And so, you start out with little tiny things that you roll up, and eventually you're rolling up the Eiffel Tower and rainbows and stuff like that. All for the service of this great hammer-headed god in the sky. It's a weird game, but it seems to be pretty good. I took out Lego Star Wars and replaced it with Monument Valley. It's a game about putting things together the right way, just like Lego Star Wars is. But I've never seen a game that understood that you were playing in 2 dimensions better than Monument Valley. You frequently have to turn or trigger various things, but you can't imagine that what's going to have to happen is you rotate 3D space in a 2D world. And so, you know, Monument Valley and Monument Valley 2, I think, might, you know, they're nice little mobile games. They might stand the test of time. I still have Braid on here. There's a huge debate in my office and my friend group over whether The Witness should take its spot. They're by the same designer, Jonathan Blow. The Witness is a great game about puzzle solving, and so is Braid, but Braid's just more cool. I don't know. You'll like them both. And then finally, the platformer that got added this year, took out Limbo's spot, is called Untitled Goose Game. Is this going to be on the 2026 list? I don't know. Have you ever played a villain like the Untitled Goose in the Untitled Goose Game? Oh my God, I have never felt so evil. The villagers just want to, you know, kick the soccer ball or fly the kite or open the gate. What you want to do is ruin them. Oh, wow, is it fun to play an Untitled Goose. Okay, simulators. Probably not too big surprises here. I cut SimCity 2000 and Farmville, both of which feel like they're in a different age right now. Civilization, though, is still on the list. Civilization is a game where you basically build history, and nobody else has ever tried to do it anywhere near as good. So I think it's probably going to stick around. I've got the original on here, but Civilization 4 is probably a good choice. I replaced SimCity 2000 with the obvious choice, which is The Sims. It's a different kind of city building game because your city talks back to you in Simlish. But, you know, fundamentally it's the same thing. You have to build a world and then let it go and see if it makes it. StarCraft, I mean, you got to do a lot to knock StarCraft off its perch as the greatest war builder game of all time. And fundamentally, I think, I don't imagine that this game is as popular in this room as StarCraft, but they're basically the same game. I have Madden NFL still on the list. First off, it changes all the time, which is pretty great, but also as a simulator of something important to people, I don't think it can be beaten. I mean, the idea that you're going to run a full season with the decisions you make at the beginning of the year really is like taking Robo-Rally and making it your life. I think it's a very strong game, and I think we don't give it enough credit for how well designed it is. You guys heard of a game called Minecraft? Okay. Then I'll save you the trouble of explaining it. Number 50 on the simulator list is Stardew Valley. Basically, if you put the word valley in a game, I'm probably going to put it on my list. I like Stardew Valley because of how gentle it is, but also because of how burdensome it is. Like, it's taken Farmville's spot because you got to do the work, right? Like, you can't play Stardew Valley casual because nothing's going to make it, right? You're certainly not finding a spouse, right? If you're just like, the crops can die, right? I mean, like, so I think as a simulator, I think it's just as strong as anything else on this list. All right. From traditional card games, I cut Pit, Citadels, and Love Letter. That last one was a tough choice. I'm not going to cut Uno. So, I mean, Uno feels like a game that shouldn't belong on this list, and yet, have you ever seen a game do what it does better? Like, I mean, you have people come over and they want to play Uno. You don't get the other game that's like Uno. You play Uno. I don't have any, as I said, I don't have any public domain games on here, but so Bridge isn't on here, Whist isn't on here, but Tichu is. Tichu is the best proprietary trick-taking game ever made. And it's got cool dragons and stuff. So you can pretend that it's like a fantasy game. You don't have to worry about people coming over and asking you why you're playing Bridge. The greatest bean farming game of all time is Bonanza. I don't have any trouble with that statement. Still true all these years later. Bonanza is a game where you have to keep the cards in your hand in the exact order you got them, which is the most frustrating rule of any game I have ever played. And it is still the best. And speaking of rules and frustrating, you cannot beat Flux for that. Flux is a game that starts out with just 2 rules: draw 1 card, play 1 card, and then the world explodes. Because all of a sudden now it's like draw 7 cards, play 13 cards. Oh, by the way, you can't play cards that are red. And also, I mean, just you. But the brilliance of just designing a game that could expand its rules as the play went on is just fantastic. So those are all still on here. Falling is still on here. Falling is a game by James Ernest that you fall out of the sky and your goal is to be the last one to hit the ground. That's all you can think of, right? You got no other priorities. So you like hit people with stuff that are also falling through the air for no reason. Anyway, Falling is a great game. Gloom is another one that back from last time. Gloom is a game where your goal is to make a group of potentially otherwise happy citizens unhappy, and so you can kill them. Can't kill happy people. That's impossible. Everybody knows that. But, it's got a great little, it's by Keith Baker, it's got a great little Edward Gorey style to it. And the cards are transparent. That's why it's on the list. The cards, you can look directly through and see the card below it, and it'll still affect you because that part of the card isn't covered. But if you put another card on top of it, it does cover that card. Now that thing doesn't work anymore. I mean, that's pretty cool. All right. When I made the list last time, number 101, the game that did not make it last time and just muscled its way on here, is Hanabi. Hanabi is a game of fireworks. It's a very simple game about, getting the right fireworks, except they're on your head. Swear to God, your cards are being held up here, and you can't see them, but everybody else can. And that's a different way to play. So Hanabi, excellent. I know I'm putting it on here also because I'm not about to knock an Antoine Bauza game off the list, and I wanted to keep my Antoine Bauza quotient where it was. So after Hanabi, I said Pit was leaving the list. You all know Pit. Pit's that game where you shout out a bunch of words and you try to trade cards really quickly, and I was like, man, nothing's ever going to replace that, but something did. That game is called Happy Salmon. Happy Salmon is a game with 4 different cards in it. It's got Happy Salmon, High Five, Pound It, and Switcheroo. And you run around and you high five people, and you pound it, and you switcheroo, and you Happy Salmon. This is a real motion that is used in the game. And it's incredibly entertaining. It's the best game to play in a line ever. You will have a crowd. Okay, deck construction games. Okay, so I put Lords of Vegas on here. It's about time I punished myself for that. I cut Dominion, Seven Wonders, and the Pathfinder adventure card game. Yeah. Look, in 2015, the Pathfinder adventure card game was all the rage, right? I mean, we made a game that everybody loved, and it was great, but it's 2021. It's still popular, so's our follow-up Apocrypha, but it needs to be replaced. What isn't replaced? Magic the Gathering. I'm gonna move on. Look, it's the #1 game of all time. It's simply the greatest game, at least other than Dungeons and Dragons, in the hobby genre. It's gonna stay that way for the rest of your life. Ascension is still on here. I had to choose between Ascension and Dominion. Fundamentally, I just love playing Ascension, and I don't really love playing Dominion. But more importantly, Ascension is vibrant. Ascension feels like it is constantly in motion, and if you don't keep up with it, it's gonna leave you behind. A lot of people got mad at me for this one. I'm standing by it. Killer Bunnies stays on the list. Killer Bunnies and the Quest for the Magic Carrot is a game about rabbit puns, which, you can't do much better than that. But also, it's got a genius lottery mechanism at the end of it, where all the work you did over the entire course of the game is reduced to the draw from a deck of 12 cards. And so, you can think about all your micro wins and losses along the way, but fundamentally, you are working toward one thing. I want 9 cards out of that deck, so you have 3. And no other game has tried it, mostly because that's insane. Don't do that as a game designer, but it was really good. Smash Up remains on the list, Paul Peterson's game. Brilliant idea. It's not quite a deck building game because it's a shuffle building game. You take your 2 decks and shuffle them together, and then that combination is unique and has never been played. Well, maybe not never been, but maybe you've never played it before and you get a very different experience. So those are all solid games. I replaced the Pathfinder adventure card game not with Gloomhaven. I considered Gloomhaven. Problem is I don't actually want to play Gloomhaven. It's a great game, but it's just too much. So I put in Villainous. Villainous is a game, uses the 6 Disney villains, where you are those characters, you are the villains. And you have to put the heroes of those stories through their paces. Now, as a villain, you don't win this, right? That never happens. So it's this crazy activity about, you do investigate decks and just like in Pathfinder, but for a very different purpose. And so I think it's a great replacement for Pathfinder on this list. This isn't a deck construction game, but it's a something construction game, a pool construction game, a bag construction game. Not really clear. It's called the Quacks of Quedlinburg. So Quacks is about not ducks, and I was really disappointed, by the way. I was all set to play the duck game, and I didn't get the game I wanted. But Quacks of Quedlinburg is about alchemists or something. I don't know if any of them are actually alchemists. I think they're all charlatans, as evidenced in the name. But they have to build a bag of things, and it might explode. You put enough cherry bombs in your bag. Anyway, it's a very weird turn on the idea of deck building to just keep track of all these weird things that you have to merge together or it's like the potion miscibility table. It's like you don't know what's going to happen. But anyway, and then finally, I think I kind of begrudgingly did this. I put Hearthstone on the list. There are other deck construction games that are online that I think might be better, and I don't want to slam Hearthstone. I don't think it's the greatest game of all time, but boy, if I just want to introduce somebody to the concept of deck building, I'm not starting them with with Magic, starting them with Hearthstone. And I think it teaches you a way to play collectible games in a way that I don't think actual physical collectible games can do. So I've got Hearthstone on here. All right, electronic action games. I cut Halo. I also cut the BattleTech Pods, Towerfall, and You Have to Burn the Rope. Oh, by the way, what happened to Congregate? I was all like, You Have to Burn the Rope is the key example of the great revolution and Congregate, and is it still there even? I don't even know. But you know what's still there is Mario Kart 64. You know, there's other racing games, I'm sure, but they don't let you throw stuff out your backside, right? Like, you know, Need for Speed doesn't let you fire off turtle shells. I'm sorry. I mean, like, I don't need that. I want Mario 64. I'm not even a Mario guy, right? I don't even really care much about it. I got Super Mario Brothers 3 on here. I got Mario Kart. And then in the sole representative of the one-on-one fighting game, I've got Super Smash Brothers Ultimate. Like, how did I become this person? I never played these games when I was a kid, but you know what? Super Smash Brothers certainly feels like the perfect way to introduce somebody to the fighting game, right? Because their character is in here. Like, every character is in here. So, I got one tower defense game on here. It's Plants vs. Zombies. You know, Team Fortress 2 is great, but this has plants and zombies. I don't think I need to explain further. Okay, there are many games that could replace Halo on this list. You know, and I'm not going to tell you one is greater than the other. I just think that if you're going to replace the game that Bungie made, you might as well replace it with the game that Bungie makes. So I have Destiny 2 on here. Destiny is a quantum leap in this field, but at the same time, it feels also very familiar. And so, as first-person shooters, I guess, go, I think it's an excellent choice. But you know, you could really pick anything that fits this generation. But there is no game, no shooter game that is like this one. First off, let's start with the idea that playing a first-person shooter in VR is very, very troubling. Like, you are in the middle of the action and you don't want to be in that action. It's way better if you have some distance. But first-person shooters in VR are a thing, and Super Hot VR is the greatest game I have ever seen in the first-person shooter genre. Super Hot VR is a game, if you haven't heard of it, where time is a relevant factor in a way that I don't think has ever been done before, which is the world moves only when you move. You can fire a thing and then not move, and it won't move. And so, like, if you stop moving, you can still be hit by other things that are moving. I don't know. There's a whole bullet time thing here that I can't really explain about Super Hot VR. You know what you're getting into. It's a first-person shooter in VR, but it's very cool. Okay, let's talk about rhythm games. I only took one off of here. I thought about taking others. I took Rock Band off the list because Beat Saber is just better. I mean, that's a world, if we put a VR helmet on, that I want to be in. I want to be a rock star, right? But the rest are still the same ones that we were here before. Dance Dance Revolution is, you know, I mean, I'm sure there are other games like it, but it's Dance Dance Revolution. Parappa the Rapper tried to get knocked off this list, but I mean, who here was raised by this game? Like, there's a lot of people who learn to cook from Parappa the Rapper, right? Who still, when they make, you know, an egg salad sandwich, are just going crack, crack, crack the egg into the bowl. Like, that, we all, I mean, it is an absolutely arresting game. Okay, so last time I had Artemis Space Bridge Simulator on here. I took it off because this isn't the time to be playing games that require 5 iPads linked together. You know, the world's changed a little bit. Let's just play Space Team, right? I mean, like, Artemis is great, right? I mean, but Space Team is something we can all just fire up. It's a game about stopping a spaceship from exploding, basically. But, you know, I mean, you have to, like, move you have to, like, manipulate your phone, essentially, in the right way to stop that from occurring. Anyway, I think it's more of a game for our time, so I put Space Team on the list. Finally, in this category, I'm sure somebody else has tried to make a game like this, but I sure haven't seen it. Johann Sebastian Joust stays in its spot just because no one else can think of how to do this game. If you haven't seen it, it's probably being played right now somewhere in the convention. The idea is that you try to hit somebody with a stick, but they can't move too quickly or they'll get knocked out on their own. It's weird. All right, I'm gonna rip through some strategy board games very quickly. Ticket to Ride, still on the list. I mean, it's a good game. You should play it. There are no other train games on the list. I removed Pandemic from the list. But not for the reason you think. Because I also removed Risk Legacy from the list. And just put Pandemic Legacy Season 0 on the list. Let's see. Lords of Waterdeep remains on the list. Let's see. You know, there's a couple that kind of wanted to make their way on the list. There's a new concept in games called Roll and Write. And I'm not a big fan of them, but I think Welcome 2 might be the best of them. But specifically the Welcome 2 that is all about dinosaurs. It's called Welcome to Dinotopia. So I put that on here. You know, I mean, there's a new type of game, not very new, but a type of game which is app-assisted board games. There's a new one. I like the game Descent before it was app-assisted, but I love it now. And so that's pretty great. The most contentious addition to this list, I think, for a lot of people, is a game called Wingspan. Wingspan, now, importantly, I've never met a woman who disagreed with its placement on this list, right? And that's important because the designer, Elizabeth Hargrave, is one of the leading advocates for women in the gaming industry and is a fantastic person. Wingspan's a game about bird collecting, right? But it's, I mean, and I don't know whether it invented anything that's in it, but the combination of things that's in it is the best combination of things. And plus, it's got a bunch of little eggs, and a bunch of little eggs is pretty great. Okay, tabletop war games. There were some changes here. I kept Stratego, I kept Ogre, these are classics. I kept Axis and Allies, and I kept Diplomacy. Diplomacy is that game that if you have too many friends, that will fix it for you. I added a game that really tried to get on the list last time. So I said last time that HeroClix was the only miniatures game on here, and that just felt wrong because it's not really all that much of a miniatures game in its weird way because it has all click bases and stuff like that. So I put a real one on here. War Machine is a game by Privateer Press. It's the cleanest miniatures war game you're ever going to find. Strongly recommend it. And then finally, fairly new game about mech farming, which is called Scythe. Scythe is a game by Jamie Stegmaier's team that, you basically get battle mechs, but you also got farms to keep going. And so you got to figure both of those out at the same time. Open world video games. Grand Theft Auto still on the list, still #1. Assassin's Creed still on the list. I know I could replace World of Warcraft, but I'm not going to, so stop it. But I took Second Life off the list because I think Second Life took itself off the world. And I replaced it with the only thing that worked last year, and that's Animal Crossing New Horizons. Everything about Animal Crossing was the game, it was the world you wanted, the life you wanted. Just happened to have, sheep and stuff. Talking sheep. And this one's obvious. Ingress was on the list last time. It's not anymore because Pokemon Go has taken over our lives, and God bless Pokemon for it. Okay, creativity games is the last category. Last time I had Cards Against Humanity on this list. People had some objections to that, so I'm just going to rectify it and say you should get apples to apples. I took Time's Up off this list, and I put on The Quiet Year. The Quiet Year is a map-making game, I guess. The Frostmen are coming, and they're going to kill us all. So we should just make the best map we can between now and then. That's the principle of the game. Comes in a mesh, or like a burlap bag, and it's got a deck of cards with the seasons on it. And that's what I got for you. It's interesting. I think I skipped Illimat. Whoops. Sorry. I skipped Illimat. Illimat is a card game that's very similar. It's in a bag. But it is a bag of cards that are a different set of suits and stuff like that. It's my favorite game of a few years back. It was made by Keith Baker with the Decemberists, and it feels like it. So I highly encourage that. Okay, I'm keeping Dixit. I think Dixit is the best game of the what the hell did you just do genre. You just have to try to figure out what's going on in people's brains. I kept 1,000 blank white cards. 1,000 blank white cards is exactly what it sounds. Everybody writes down the rules that they want, and you play that game. And I kept The Extraordinary Adventures of Baron Munchausen because that game is about causing other people to tell the story you want them to tell. It's a story daring game, and I highly recommend it. I had The Game on here before. I removed it, don't worry, you just lost it, and replaced it with a game that I cannot explain in any way. And that game is Blaseball. Blaseball is a fantasy baseball league. But, yeah, people die. And Cthulhu rises and I don't know, like everything. I actually don't play this game. What I do is I get the emails from the company that makes Blaseball, and I read them and I laugh. And I can't imagine what it is the people are doing to cause these things to happen in it. So, Blaseball is a game you can play without even playing it. And finally, the one thing that I recommend, obviously, I had a million other choices. We literally had 2,000 games submitted for this list. They're not all on here. I want to put them all on, but they're not. But the one that I'm not going to remove is the last one, number 100, is a game you designed yourself. Doesn't mean it's good, doesn't mean it's been played with other people, but you should have a game that, if you want to be a well-rounded gamer, that makes you understand how games come together. And so even if you haven't designed a game, just go home and make one. Doesn't matter what it is. And then you'll feel like the people who made all the games on this list, probably exhausted, maybe a little frustrated, but in the end, you'll have helped humanity. And I think that's basically what we do for a living. So that is the 100 games you absolutely, positively must know how to play, 2021 edition. I'm sure nothing will change next time. Thank you all for coming.
Testing, testing. Sibilance. Welcome to Geek Endangerment. Who's pumped? Yes. We are super excited to be here. This is the third time we've done this for PAX, but actually it's the first time we've done it in person, which is awesome. So let's give it up for everybody and all the enforcers for making it happen. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to give you an intro into kind of what we're doing. We're going to introduce our awesome panelists, and then we'll kind of get going. So this is very much like a game that rhymes with Schmepperty, but it's not. It's different, and it's called Geek Endangerment. But it follows similar rules. So we have a number of categories that we're going to be doing all within different geekdoms and IPs, okay? We will have the diurnal multiplier, similar to the thing that rhymes with Schmaley Bubble. And then at the end, we will have terminal endangerment, which is similar to something else. So that's kind of what we do. Now, here's the thing.
No knives involved.
What's that?
No knives involved.
Very few knives involved, guy. Very few. So what we're going to do, here's the thing that's a little different, okay? So we have some geek specialists here in gaming and comics and therapy. And what we're going to do is each person gets about 3 seconds to respond. If they can't respond and they don't know the answer, then what it's going to go is to Discord. And that's where you guys come in, okay? So we have the Geeks Like Us. You got a question? Let's see if I can do this. Is not my computer, but let me see if I can find. There it is.
Okay.
Is that a little better? Okay. Now, when you join this, I think it's going to make you click something that says you've read the rules. Just click that real fast, and then at the top you're going to see Geek Trivia. There is a reminder of the rules, and then there's going to be teams. Okay. So the teams are Leah, Amelia, and John. Okay. Yeah. All right. It'd be worse if someone booed one of them, like, boo. All right. So they'll be the teams. Now, you can pick a team member, whoever you want to root for. If they do not know, if they do not know the answer, then you can help out. You're going to be told by Mr. Judge, Dr. Anthony Bean, to go to Discord, and you can be answering the moment the question goes. They can then refer to the Discord and give it a shot. Sure. If it goes to Discord, they will either get half points or lose half points. And then at the end, each contestant gets to choose someone in their Discord group that they felt was the most helpful, and that person will get some loot, either in the form of dice or Geek Therapy cards, something that we have at the table at Geek Therapeutics. Does all that make sense? Awesome. Now we've got Dr. Shane Tilton here with the orange mask. If you're having trouble with Discord or something like that, just wave him down and he'll help you out. Yep, that's perfect, that's perfect. All right. Now, I have something a little weird that I like to do, at least on my last panel, and this is my last panel. My wife has this thing where if I don't come home at 6 and it's 6:01, the assumption is I've been murdered or died in some vicious way. And whenever I tell her about these panels, she's like, how did it go? Did everything go okay? With like a deep worry. So what I like to do is really, is this an adult panel? I like to fuck with her. So basically what I like to do is make her think it went really terribly by getting a video recording of everybody booing and being very mean to me, okay? So if we can just, in a minute, I'm gonna say go, and just be awful people.
Tell him he's really short.
What's that?
You're very short. You're not at all tall.
You're short.
Tell me he has no chest hair.
And he's not funny.
No, not at all. Okay, so are you ready? I know you're great people, but you're going to be terrible for the next 5 seconds. And go. Okay, so we can go ahead and get started.
Perfect. Man, high school all over again. That's great.
Right.
Keep them coming throughout. Keep going. Come on.
That's exactly right. So I'm Dr. Ryan Kelly. I will be your host. I'm co-founder of Geeks Like Us. It's a media company that helps people turn their passions into careers. And we basically combine psychology with our favorite geekdoms. We also are running the Geek Therapeutics booth, where we train other psychologists to be able to help people better advance therapeutic intervention by using their geek interest. To my right, Judge Dr. Anthony Bean.
Hello, I am Dr. Anthony Bean, and I am the CEO of Geek Therapeutics. If you haven't seen us over on the booth yet, come and say hi with everything. We are the ones that train everything and prepare for trouble. And if Shane had a mic, he'd say make it double because of our Pokemon book that comes out next year.
Or we're just going down the line.
Yeah, you're just going down.
Awesome. Hi, I am Dr. Leah Hughes. I currently work in Insights at Riot Games, but that's entirely unrelated to why I'm here, because I am a member of the Roundtable for the amazing organization that is Geeks Like Us, which I'm sure at some point someone here will tell you about, because we're very well represented.
Okay. It's weird, I don't see a light, and I'm getting freaked out about the mic. So, hi everyone, I am Amelia Herbst. I am the community manager of Geeks Like Us, and we are a company that we are focused on helping you turn your passion into a career and being unapologetically enthusiastic about the things that we love. There we go, I did it. So I'm also a member of the Roundtable. The Discord, you have entered my domain and I apologize. I will not, slowly drag you down currently because I'm not allowed to look at any other channel besides my own. Other than that, I am a psychotherapist and a therapeutic game master with Game to Grow, and that's me.
Another little known fact is she is the owner of this computer, and I need her to type a password in. Very good. All right. John.
I am, unlike my esteemed colleagues, I am not a doctor. So I'm an everyman. My name is John Rudy. I work at Dark Horse Comics. I'm not here in any official capacity, but I hope that I can, not completely thrash my geeky,
You're official in my eyes.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all I needed. I'm good. Thanks, guys. I'm out. That's all I needed in my life. It's a little gratification.
I will say this: we've done Geek Endangerment over 24 times, a couple times at these type of conventions. We've never had someone nerd snipe, or rag on or judge any of our people. So I'm really hoping this will be the first time. I really hope you guys could be super judgmental. No, I'm just kidding. So we've always had really good reception. So without further ado.
Hold up. Before we get this thing started, something that I'd like to call out and potentially propose here. As Dr. Kelly mentioned, he has done this Geek Endangerment game many times, and I've been a contestant and had the privilege of winning the first one. I think it was the first one.
Yeah, she did.
Reigning champion here. But that being said, Dr. Kelly, I would love to see how you would perform in this game, and so I'm proposing a coup. How would you all feel if I took over as the moderator and Dr. Kelly became a competitor on this panel? What do you say?
Let's see, the man behind the curtain. Let's see if he can do it.
I prepared for this.
But John, you're not going to know. How are you going to know the questions?
What's that?
How are you going to know the questions?
Oh, I made my own version of Jeopardy, or Geek Endangerment, and it is currently titled Don't Look, Ryan.
What? That's ridiculous. Okay.
Don't look. That's amazing.
I'm very
Preteens, yes? Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Leah Hughes, and I will be the moderator for this game of Geek Endangerment. Let's get this thing started.
I'm going to be disruptive. Okay.
That's a normal everyday
hand me my
occurrence.
tie. This has to be official.
You brought a tie.
I did. I brought a tie.
Nice.
Because I'm very official. How do we figure out who starts this thing? Is it you'll go first?
Well, so one thing. Okay, so we got to make the teams on the bottom, and I guess I'm going to be.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I'm gonna be one of them.
I'll add it. Well, I tie my tie.
By chance, does anybody have any dice on them? That way we can make them roll for initiative. If you have dice, you can come on up and let, and you're okay with us borrowing them for a minute.
I'm sure there are a few people in the audience who dice.
Oh, we got one right here.
Over here. Shane.
Look at this guy.
Look at
Like a pro.
That's okay. They all roll, and that's how we're going to decide it.
Okay. How do we do this? Party. Time to
just,
roll initiative.
Bathe it in the sanitation. The sanitizer as soon as we're done.
The bag's got holes in it, so we'll dump it in the bath.
Oh, no worries, man.
Perfect. Like teabagging it.
Let's
Just
see it, John.
dip it in there. All right. 17.
17.
Yeah!
That's pretty intense.
All right. 3.
That's a good 3. It's a fierce.
With our powers combined, we had a 20.
That's right. Let's do it.
Modify 20.
Modify 20. That's right.
right, John, you're going to start us off. To get this thing going, let's go over the categories. Foremost franchises, exactly what it sounds like. These are the household names in gaming and trivia questions around them. Let's talk table talk, but let's talk tabletop. There we go, those are words. As you would expect, tabletop gaming. The books are better. That's not necessarily my position on it. It's just books that have been translated to movies. So this is not just gaming geekdom, this is all forms of geekdom. Character capture, where you will receive a very brief description and a small snippet of a picture of a character protagonist from some sort of game, and you'll have to identify that person by their full name. Do you hear that, competitors? You must identify the person in character capture by their full name.
Might want to say that again for the Ryan.
I was not paying attention.
In character capture, you will have to identify the person by their full name if that full name exists.
So into what you're saying? Ooh, okay.
Classically trained, classic games, and superpower hour. The various manifestations of superpowers, you may need to identify the power or the individual who wields it based on the description.
Cool.
All right, John, kick us off. What are we going with?
Let's start it off with the books are better with 100.
Books are better for 100. Now, you cannot answer the question until the question, or you cannot answer the answer until the answer is finished, and only then can you provide your question.
Cool.
The books are better for 100.
Slam the table.
They say a dog is man's best friend. For one watchful brother, this snowy canine meant more, perhaps a little more.
The character? Or who is Jon Snow? Wait, with the dog?
3, 2, 1.
Who is Ghost? What is Ghost?
That is correct.
Okay, sorry.
Who is Ghost? Well done.
Team John.
Team Leah?
See, I told you, Ryan. That's where the numbers go, not the name.
Yeah. Okay.
Yay? We did it?
I think you can just push escape.
There we go.
Yes.
Okay. John, it's back to you.
Let's keep it rolling. The books are better for 200.
For 200.
Team John, let's go. Guys, woo. Come on, it's a game show. Let's get crazy. Love you.
While he is known to most of us as Pippin, that foolish hobbit does indeed have this full name.
Oh, it's who is Peregrine Took?
Well done.
Wow. Ryan's gonna go home and cry tonight.
That's
Peregrine
no different
Took is
than
indeed
every
correct. Now, as a heads up, because we don't have buzzers, what we'll have you do is make a sound into your mic to indicate that you are ready to answer, so that way it's not just all people answering at the same time.
Unique sound for each of us?
Yeah, let's do a unique sound so we know who goes first. Dr. Kelly, what will your unique sound be?
Hey, listen! Oh, God. You're going to get super annoyed with that. What's yours?
I'm probably going to end up screaming at some point, especially if I know what it's going to sound like. Ah!
So that's your one? You can do that every time? Okay.
Okay, vague scream. We have Navi, and what do we have for you, John?
Just because my daughter loves elephants right now, we'll go with that.
Okay.
We're going with that. We're going
Annoying, gonna pass out before the game is done.
Out. Right. 300 is all I get because John lost, oxygen.
Save your breath.
All right, back to you, John, as the victor of the last one. Let's go.
Books are better for 300.
Books are better for 300. In Ready Player One, a creator who hates his own creation references this 1980 horror movie.
Full name, right?
You gotta do your sound, bro.
Hey, listen! Halliday. Full name?
References this 1980 horror movie.
Wow, did I not pay attention? The Shining. Stephen King's The Shining.
I'm gonna give you half points for that. You had some serious stall time in there, sir.
My focus is poor. Okay, that's fair.
Oh, a little birdie has told me that you did not use the proper format for the answer.
But I get one reminder.
You get one reminder. Is that
You learn that after the fact. Yeah.
Okay, all right. We'll call that.
I've only done this. But I've never done this.
I know. I watch Jeopardy or Jeopardy.
I don't know what that show is.
Exactly. Like in advance, just be like ingraining it.
We're not ripping off another show. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Jeopardy, is that a vegetable? I don't know what that is. A fruit?
Oh.
Yeah, it's seeds. It's a fruit.
This one was supposed to be clicked, but I'm just going to click that and make sure it happens, because we did already do this one.
And then
there
space,
we go.
And
The Shining was correct, by the way.
Okay.
Okay, excellent. You all thought you were just here for the game show. There's this delightful banter that's always happening.
Okay.
Showing you that even some of the most successful of people don't have their shit together most of the time, so. All right, let's go.
All right.
Dr. Kelly, up for you.
I want to do Superpower Hour for $500. Ooh.
Oh, snap. And there wasn't a way to indicate this in the game, but this would be our diurnal multiplier.
What? Whoa. Okay. Are you kidding me? Okay.
No.
Forgot how that works. So excited just to be here.
You know what? We're going to say, because I don't know how it works either, the winner of it gets double points. This is a 1,000-point question. Let's go.
Well, if it is one of the ones that mimics something called like a daily double, actually he can go and wager up to his full total.
Okay, 650, baby. So I get 500 plus what I already have?
No.
I think you would only be able to wager 150, but that
I will
seems kind
just
of...
do 500. I'll stay with 500.
That seems kind of lame. Okay, cool. Then...
Oh!
Let's give a round of applause for the person who knows what they're talking about.
Give me, okay. Okay, if you are Team Leah, which is me, and you want me to just go to the wall, raise your hand. Yes! This is my audience! Okay, yes, okay, yes, vote 1,500.
No, you can do
all the money.
550.
1150, there we go.
As much as I can.
Ryan, what's that?
Only go up to double whatever the bid is 1,000.
Okay.
$1 billion.
Double, whatever. You're betting 1,000, cool. I'm going to point out that I didn't know you'd be answering this, so we're just going to start with that.
Okay.
After the new moon, we discovered that Volturi leader Arl has a tremendous gift, but with this one important limitation. This is not the geekdom you know, Dr. Kelly.
What is that?
This may not be the geekdom you know. Sorry, I need to let you
No,
answer.
that's okay. Oh my God.
You can go to Discord.
Can I go to Discord?
You can go to
Okay.
Discord.
Okay, oh my God, someone help me. I've only got 5 seconds. Someone help me in Discord.
Wait, isn't Discord for all of us? It's opened up to all
Once
of us?
it goes to Discord.
Touching them. Touching them. That's what is? No. I was talking about him. I wasn't answering. I was saying I wanted to touch him. I was thinking about stuff. I got distracted. But now I'm going to answer the question.
Can I jump in front of him?
We're not going to count that, man.
This feels a little bad.
Just so we're all clear, he does this to us every time we play.
We need a new leader.
We need to do it back to him.
This is unfair. Who thinks this is unfair? No, I'm just kidding.
No.
I don't want to know.
It was not clear that it was opened up to everyone when the Discord was opened.
I see.
What's that? Okay.
Okay.
Now that feels kind of bad. Does that mean I need to nix this question, you guys? This is the one
No, she says no.
Twilight reference I made.
So is it in Discord for them?
It is open to Discord for them, but we did not make that clear. Amelia.
What is touching them?
That is correct.
What is touching?
Who is touching them?
He gets minus and she gets half.
Okay.
I only get minus the original score, don't I?
No, you get minus your full wager, bro.
I don't regret a thing.
No.
Okay.
Right. No, I'm not. We were robbed.
What is
Yes, we were.
You know, underdogs, it's an underdog story. It's a Cinderella story coming out of nowhere.
That's right,
I believe in
exactly.
you.
Says the two people that are going to do better than I am.
That's cool. This
What would you
level
like,
things
Amelia?
out. We were giving Ryan a little bit of a downside there, so that way he can have a coming back story.
That's
like
right.
an underdog situation.
This was all
He lives
planned.
for that. That's all right. We're moving on. Amelia,
Can I do Let's Talk Tabletop for 100?
for 100, you said?
Yes.
All right. This classic board game gives us all the fantasy of world domination, but you need to be willing to take some chances.
Wow.
Ryan.
That's definitely a Ryan.
Ryan.
Okay. I'll do it 3 times each time. What is risk?
Can you say that one more time?
What is risk?
Yes, you got it. The game is Risk.
Hey, already digging himself out.
Digging that hole, baby.
Call me the grave digger.
Okay, Ryan, up to you now.
Great feeling. Yeah, I only dig holes, right? Let's do character capture. What is that again?
Character capture. As a reminder, you will receive a brief description of a character with a snippet of a portion of what they look like.
I love that. Give me 500.
500.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Everybody on my team is like, God.
Oh, wait. Oh, shoot. No. Ah, okay. Sorry. There we go. I didn't mean to click that. Nobody saw it.
Nope. I didn't see anything.
After abandoning his family and becoming a mercenary, this fantasy character finally learns the true meaning of fighting for the good of others. I'm gonna read this again. This fantasy character finally learns the true meaning of fighting for the good of others.
Which one is that? I'm gonna say Cloud, but it doesn't look like him.
Unfortunately, you're not reading in, sir.
Discord.
Discord.
Go ahead, Amelia.
Sorry, everyone. Who is Cloud Strife?
That is incorrect.
All right. Go ahead, anybody? Anybody help me out? Anybody know this?
All right. So,
Elephant?
I'm going to Discord on this one. Team John, this is all you guys. Yep. Cheap John, giving you... Who is Bart's?
That is wrong. That is incorrect. It's all on you, Dr. Kelly.
That isn't! Oh, Midnight Parade. I hope I'm putting all of it on you. Who is, as he thinks about his life passing before his eyes, in no way stalling? Article, and a conjugate. No one else is going to give me this. Okay. Who is Ramza Boldvere?
Oh my God, if this
tactic... Well
That's my favorite game. How could I miss this?
How did I miss Ramsey? It's like tactics is my favorite. All right, that's a shame.
Dr.
That's my
Kelly,
favorite.
you are now up to a staggering negative 250 points.
That's not bad. Good. We're coming out,
Well done for that deep cut, whoever that was of you all. And I had to look this up. It is Bales, I believe, perhaps.
Okay.
I might have messed that up, but that's okay.
Wheezy says less negative. Yeah, that's right. All right.
Story of our life.
It's still on you, Ryan. Go for it.
Yeah, that's right.
I already did.
Yeah. Oh, I did lose points. Thank you, though. Hey.
Okay. Character capture for 400, Alex. Elia.
That's okay. Today I am, Alex.
Yep.
Character capture for 400. This duelist is known for his fashion, flair, and fixation with fire.
Hey, listen!
Ryan.
Oh, where did my brain go? He's on Valorant, and his name is, oh my God. Phoenix?
Oh, it was in the middle of my beep.
But its problem is he didn't say who is. And you have used your one warning,
Oh, I
sir.
hate that rule. Okay. I got it.
If it does make you feel any better, that was accurate. It is Phoenix. I worked on that game, so I really had to put it in there.
That's okay. By the way, my team is like, do another 500. I've got the renegades, man.
That leans very much into Ryan's personality.
Yeah.
Okay. Being that you got that one question mark, we're gonna go ahead and give it back to you, I suppose, for the next one.
Okay. All right, let's see. Let's talk foremost franchises for 500.
Ryan, man.
Just keeps digging it deeper and deeper. All right, foremost franchises for 500. In Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, this murderous beast is a rare find located in a sacred grove northwest of Bravel and guarded by 3 minotaurs.
Oh, this is bad because I should know this.
And you
Discord.
can go to Discord.
Amelia.
What is a sweet roll?
A what now?
A sweet roll?
Someone's messing with Amelia, and I love it.
Someone is, and I'm gonna find you. So I know
Sweet
exactly
roll!
who you are.
Unfortunately,
Man, you
that
cannot
is not
blame them.
correct, unless that is a synonym for something that I'm not aware of.
No, it was someone in my Discord purposefully fucking with me.
Okay. Hey, listen!
Brian.
What is... oh gosh, people are going so fast. Where was it up here? What is a Deidre?
That is incorrect.
That's okay. That's okay. I appreciate your input. You just ruined my life. No, I'm just kidding.
John, any guesses for us?
Discord.
Everyone hold him to that. I really think that needs to happen.
A fourth Minotaur? Named Ted? Right? Ted?
I really appreciate the camaraderie that's on this.
Ted.
I would like to point out that approximately a quarter of the way through the game, there is no one who exceeds 0 points.
Wow, this is remarkable.
Amelia, you
I
are
mean,
winning.
y'all are starting with the 500s. The answer is a unicorn.
A unicorn.
Indeed, there is a hidden unicorn. It is a murderous beast. Let's move on.
Let's do foremost franchises for 300.
Okay, foremost franchises for 300. They were the first Fire Emblem character to appear in a Super Smash Bros. Game.
Ooh.
Yes, John.
Who is Marth?
Well done, Mark. Accurate, yes.
Followed by Roy.
Yeah, we preached that. We preached 0 points, you guys.
Challenge anybody in Smash Brothers Melee. Let's do it. Melee, specifically, though.
It's you, brother.
GameCube. Oh, it's me. Let's do Superpower Hour for 400.
Superpower Hour for 400. I'd also like to point out that Marth has really great colored hair. Just throwing that out there. Okay.
No coincidence to you or anything right now.
No, this has nothing to do with my own vanity.
That's fair.
Superpower Hour for 400. This pyromancer is known for her ability to summon her beloved bear Tibbers.
Now you can go.
You did the elephant.
Yes.
Who is Annie?
This guy knows.
Have you seen my bear Tibbers? Excellent. Well done. I also worked on that game and had to put that in there.
Barely a man, but I appreciate that.
Okay, John, it's back to you.
Let's do Superpower Hour for 300.
Superpower Hour for 300. Remember that you have to wait until the question is over to make your absurd noises.
What is sorry?
This hero, yielding this ability, 2 answers, forever changed the life of young, quirkless Midoriya.
Listen!
Ryan.
Okay.
I really wanted to beat you to this.
That is All Might. Wait, let me read. Yeah, it is. Oh, thank you guys so much.
No.
Who is? God, fuck. Okay, who is?
I didn't see that volume.
Who is?
Wow, that's a 2 answers wrong in a row.
Who is
technically
All Might with the power of one for all?
Because I know how much you love this, I won't take that away from you. Also, this is the man who introduced me to My Hero Academia, so
I am gonna
you're
point
the
out
judge,
he
you are the
He didn't do the what for the second one, so I am gonna only give you half points for it.
Damn, you suck, bro.
Just so we're all clear, when we first did this, I was a contestant on it, and he did this to me mercilessly.
Actually, that's not true. I was so gracious that we had to hire a judge because I pissed everybody off. Because I was like, I'll give it to you.
That's why I don't want to be the judge. I want you all to like me.
We're getting out of the hole, guys.
It's happening, one by one. All right, Ryan, next one's for you.
All right, let's do Superpower Hour for 200.
For 200. Talk about a metalhead. This X-Men mutant has the ability to transform their skin into a metal-like substance.
Oh, that was rhymed barely.
Okay. Think. Focus. Your mom, she loves you. Who is Colossus.
Oh, can I say his full name?
What was that?
Can I say his full name?
No, because it's his X-Men mutant name.
But here's the thing.
Are we going Krakoan names or are we going Earth or human names?
This is how it works, because you like
how the
fun
game
facts.
works.
You like fun facts. If you can give the full name, you get points too.
Ooh.
You have to
You know
abide
what?
by the rules I made.
You don't get points taken away, but he'll also get points.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make it official.
Fucking elephant, man.
Who is Pietro Rasputin?
That is very impressive.
Where's his middle name, John? Where's his middle name, John?
Gus? No, I didn't. Yeah, middle name. Nikolaevich.
You and I have words.
Done.
Later. We have so many words later.
Sorry for any
Most
Russians.
of them
I
will
didn't
be
mean to.
bad words.
Well done, both of you. Okay. That was excellent, and I really appreciate how you just took the initiative. Like, I'm gonna get these points, because that's how you advance in your career. You take initiative.
Can I say a quick joke?
Of course you may.
Speaking of fun facts, is
Knock,
he saying
knock.
that he doesn't do this?
Who's
Knock,
there?
knock.
Who's there?
Impatient elephant. All right, let's do character capture for 300.
Character capture for 300. She's the princess of the Adrestian Empire.
Who is Edelgard?
What is her full name?
Oh, son of dick. Oh, me.
Nikolaevich comes
Oh, how
again.
the turntables.
How the turntables.
And
I won't take points away from you, but I did specifically say that the full name must be given, so
Ooh, touche.
we're gonna go to the Discord to see who may be able to get the remainder of those points.
Well, who got it?
Who got it?
It's all based on Tony's ears.
I'm going to give it to Amelia.
All right, sure, of course you are.
Amelia.
All right, who is Edelgard von Hersvelg?
Close enough! Edelgard von Pressvelg.
To be fair, Kitty Tastic spelled that exactly correct. I just couldn't say it.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent friends.
I love Team John down.
We are on the board. Amelia, I'm gonna give it to you since you provided that full answer.
Let's talk tabletop for 200.
Let's talk tabletop for 200. Settlers know their stats. When combining the rolls of two six-sided dice, this number is the most likely to come up.
Wow.
Wow, okay.
Great.
7? What is 7?
Ooh, that's his warning. He used his warning, Mom.
That is your
That's my
warning.
Sorry.
You're in trouble.
That is correct. That is why the bandit is on 7, you terrible, terrible game developers.
Going out to my dice brother right here. Popping out the dice for the double 6. This is the only time I've actually been good at something. This is great.
By the end of this, his lips are gonna be all numb, like, I can't talk, you guys.
Exactly. I'm like, thank God I have a mask on right now because I'm like perpetually puckered to get ready to elephant sound.
Right.
Never thought I'd say perpetually puckered, but
What
you guys are lucky for that little treat.
John, next one is to you.
Let's do. Classically trained for 500 because you know what? Sidebar. I'm a classically trained opera singer. If anyone know that.
Really?
Demo, now please.
You were the second person I've heard that from this weekend.
What did he choose?
Who's the other one? I must know.
Him.
For how many?
Right. Duet.
Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Let's do it.
How many points?
All right.
Classically trained for what now?
For how many?
500.
For 500.
Classically trained.
Types of sausages for 1,000, please.
We are going in classically trained for 500. In 1993, this video game was the first to be played in space by Russian cosmonaut Alexander Serebrov.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Hey, listen.
Discord?
No, I said hey, listen.
Oh, hey,
It was
listen.
a timid hey, listen.
What was that?
Hey, listen. Hey, listen.
Yes?
Okay.
I'm listening.
Okay, I'm gonna think out loud. These aren't answers. It's you know, Space Invaders would make a lot of sense.
No,
It's
you
Russian,
can't
so
stop. No.
What is Tetris?
500.
He's out of the red, you guys!
Team Leah! Team Leah! Team Leah! All right.
This is my warning to the judge. If you don't call him out on that stuff next time, I will take the points away. No more stalling, sir.
Yeah, that's fair.
No more stalling.
Dude, it is 4th grade all over again. I'm in so much trouble.
Watch any of the streams we've done, he does this to us all the time, and now he's playing coy.
I was a teacher. I can put that voice on.
This guy's perpetually puckered. That's swear to God. Let's do foremost franchises for 400.
Foremost franchises for 400. In Ocarina of Time, this descending melody will warp Link to the Kakariko Village graveyard.
Listen! Oh, fudge! The graveyard. Okay. Is it? Oh,
Beep, beep,
okay.
beep.
What?
You start, man. 5 seconds.
Okay.
I was told by
What
the
i-
thing. Yeah.
Answer.
Okay. What is the Soraya song?
That is incorrect.
I know that, but I didn't know it.
John.
What is the
guys? Come on.
Nocturne of Shadow?
Thank you.
Is that good?
Oh, yeah, my wife.
Very well done.
It was literally the one you played.
My wife won't believe me
know.
now. That's great. That's great. He reminds me that I can play that song on the flute.
With his nose.
With my nose. All right. Ryan, why?
Oh, me. Sorry. Let's go. The books are better for 400.
Books are better for 400. Known to Hogwarts students as the Grey Lady, this specter provided an essential clue in the hunt for Voldemort's Horcruxes.
Full name?
Full name.
Well.
Discord.
Rowena. Who is Rowena Ravenclaw?
That is incorrect.
Who is
Really?
Helena Ravenclaw?
Well done, Amelia.
It was her daughter. It was her
That is
daughter.
correct.
That was still good, team. That was still good.
400, right? So we.
Get back in your hole.
Hold on. For the beginning, we were like this, and we weren't really learned, but then we went through a montage, and we built skills together, and we became friends. And now we're gonna win. I probably look
Time here,
ridiculous.
friends. I'm gonna cut off your charisma there and jump over to Amelia.
Fair.
All right. Foremost franchises for 200.
This franchise got its name from a 1974 Japanese martial arts movie notable for its extreme violence.
Oh.
Discord.
Ooh.
John.
What is Brutal Instinct?
That is incorrect.
I tried.
Okay, right?
Yep.
What is Mortal Kombat?
Oh.
That is incorrect.
Oh. Is it on Discord now?
Oh,
Yes, on
can I go
Discord.
again?
No, you can't.
I mean, just lose all my points.
I'm gonna give it a shot because I trust my channel.
I need
Is
to
it a
hear that
what?
in
Let's see.
Nappy.
This okay. Yeah. What is Ninja Gaiden?
That is incorrect.
Nutsack.
What is he has?
The answer is Street Fighter.
Really?
Well,
Right on.
extreme violence. Come on.
If for some reason someone wanted to give the original translation in Japanese, I was going to give it to them. But the answer is Street Fighter.
Man.
Also, it was Killer Instinct, by the way. My bad.
All right. Who last one? Was that Amelia? I think you picked?
Yeah.
Amelia.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next one.
Well, I guess we'll do foremost franchises for 100 since we all bombed that.
Foremost franchises for 100. I am going to read the question.
Damn.
He was the first professor to grant us this Pokemon. He was the first professor to grant us this Pokemon. I believe, who did that go to?
That was John.
It was John.
Professor Oak? Who is Professor?
He got the warning.
That was my bad.
I got it?
I'm
so excited. I get it. Who is Professor Oak? Dummy! Who makes that? No, I'm just kidding. Who is Professor Oak?
That is Correct.
Hey, man.
I was there at the beginning, and then it was like my enthusiasm is just destroyed.
Ryan,
all
what's our next
capability.
one?
Yeah, let's do the books are better for 500.
Books are better for 500. This quote, in its entirety, is perhaps the most famous to come from Mandy Patinkin, spoken to the elusive six-fingered swordsman. Ryan.
My name is. Oh, wait. Nope, I have to say, hold on. Okay. What is, thank you. What is, I have trouble with my words. What is, my name is Inigo Montoya, you killed my father, prepare to die.
You didn't go with the hello, but
Is that okay?
I'll give you half points because he is emphatic about hello. My name is Inigo Montoya.
Okay. Whee! What do we ask?
I was hoping for an accent, but you know.
In case you all didn't know, Mandy Patinkin was also a very talented singer. Ryan.
Oh, yeah.
Next one's on you.
Let's do classically trained for 400.
Classically trained for 400. Nolan Bushnell, the founder of Chuck E. Cheese, also founded this classic gaming system.
What?
Oh, wow.
Discord.
What is the Atari? Do I need to add more?
It suddenly occurred to me.
2600.
It has occurred to me that I forgot the answer to this question. I'm pretty sure that's right, but I'm gonna reveal it, and I might screw us over here.
Okay.
That is correct. There we go.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
Man, that's awesome. I didn't know that.
Well
All right,
done.
this game just got a lot more competitive. Let's
Midnight
move
Parade.
on. Ryan,
Second
let's
time.
go.
Okay.
Got this.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Got this.
Okay, let's do classically trained for 300.
Classically trained for 300. First installed in a Tokyo movie theater in 1980, everyone's favorite Ghost Chomper was released under this name.
Discord. Hey, listen! Did I get it, or is it to Discord?
Are you watching Discord while
No, I'm looking at this.
Oh, okay. All right. That's up to you, moderator.
We'll let you try to answer it first.
What is Pac-Man? No.
That is incorrect.
Is that me?
Yeah, you guys.
That was just me and Taylor.
So it's Discord. It's Discord now.
It's Discord. Yeah, I'm going Discord. What is Pac-Man?
Do your elephant impression, please.
Sorry? Elephant noise.
Elephant.
No, who's there? Impatient elephant.
No, he did. John.
I didn't hear the elephant noise.
So we need somebody to judge the judge. I think that's everybody here. Wow. Just boo him when needed.
John, it's on you.
Oh, what is Pac-Man?
You say that again?
What is Pac-Man?
Pac-Man, that is not the information I was able to find. I'm wondering, though, if there's maybe a translation component here, but we'll give it one last chance for Amelia.
Okay.
I'm seeing what is Puckman?
What is Puckman is correct.
Okay.
Thanks, Discord.
Oh, we're tied.
Hooray.
All right. Let's crush
Well done. Okay.
Thank you, Discord.
Moving on for Amelia. This game's getting close. Let's go.
All right. Let's see. Classically trained for 200.
Classically trained for 200. A 1982 essay was published on video gaming's cultural impact and also tips on how to get high scores in this game. Advice: position your tank under the eve of a defensive and keep your eye on the aliens, not the bombs.
Hey, listen! These are I have so much self-doubt with my answers. But I'm going to say, what is it? Oh, shoot. It's called, Oh, thank you. I love the, okay, what is, it's missile.
Shane's counting down.
Missile commander.
That is incorrect.
Yep.
Amelia.
What is Space Invaders?
Space Invaders.
What am I thinking about? What is the game with the 3 bases and bombs? Oh, that is Missile Command.
Amelia, next question on for you.
All right. Well, let's see. It's 100s and stuff I'm not good at, and high ones and stuff I thought I was good at. So let's see. 300 for Let's Talk Tabletop.
300, Let's Talk Tabletop. In Dungeons & Dragons 5e, this cantrip has a variety of flavorful effects, including changing your eye color and causing tremors.
Oh, no.
John.
What is prestidigitation?
That is incorrect.
Discord.
Oh, shoot. I need to sign in.
I thought prestidigitation. See, yeah, but that's
listen!
Ryan.
What is thaumaturgy?
That is correct.
Yeah! That's what. Coming in strong.
This game is getting close,
All right.
Ryan.
Superpower hour for 100.
Superpower Hour for 100. This iconic Nintendo character is known for his superpower of swallowing his enemies and in doing so stealing their abilities.
You didn't do it. You didn't wait.
You didn't wait. I'm gonna have to take that from you, Ryan.
These two are very overlapping.
Ryan,
to play with, by the way.
answer the question.
Okay. Who is Kirby?
That is correct.
Full name. No, I'm just kidding. Listen, John.
All right,
All right,
next
let's go.
question.
Let's talk tabletop for 500.
Let's talk tabletop for 500. In the game Ascension, this pesky monster cannot be banished from the board. The image is there to help you, but that information alone should be enough to identify them.
Is that an elephant noise?
And Discord.
That was a Scooby-Doo.
I love them all. I love everyone's like, anyone know?
I'm going Discord. I'm going Discord on this one. What? Oh my God.
My team, you are all beautiful people, and I love you.
John, answer the question.
That's funny. I was gonna say, what is cultist?
Someone was messing with you. That is inaccurate.
Well, I was gonna do shrug first, but I was like,
you
wait.
kill.
I think they're just shrugging. The other's wrong.
Oh, wait, that was for
Oh, I didn't
500,
have-
so that's 250, so...
Okay. Okay.
Anyone else?
I think that's just
I think all of our
I think no one knows.
Discords are
Okay. The answer is the Avatar of the Fallen. It is an incredibly pesky monster. You cannot banish it. You have to kill it, and it has a lot of HP.
Yum.
All right, let's see. Who had that last pick?
I
Was
think
that
me, right?
Yeah.
Let's
Ryan.
talk tabletop for 400.
For 400. I wouldn't recommend Monopoly unless you're confident in the bonds of your friendship, because if your friend lands on Boardwalk with your hotel on it, they'll owe you this much money.
I have friends at home screaming right now because I should know this.
And Discord.
Did I get it?
Ryan.
Okay. What is $2,000?
Big money, big money.
$2,000 is correct.
Thank you, Discord.
Out of the pit of despair.
Out of the
Leading the
pit
charge.
of despair. Look
Cinderella
at the score. For everybody in my team who doubted me and who left. No, I'm just kidding.
Ryan, before you start talking smack, let's bring this home.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Character capture for 200.
Character capture for 200. She's a resident of the Twilight Realm and a descendant of the ancient Twilly people. Twilly people. Ryan.
Oh, Ryan, please let your brain do it. Who is Midna?
Midna is correct.
It's a Cinderella story.
Whenever anyone says
Oh,
that,
yeah, what is-
I always
I mean,
think
the
of
number-
Caddyshack and I think of a Cinderella boy.
Yep, all right.
All right, Ryan, let's go.
Character capture for 100.
Character capture for 100. As a little sister myself, I feel pretty safe with this guy around.
Oh, shoot.
John.
Who or what? I mean,
I don't know.
Anyway.
who is Big Daddy?
Big Daddy is correct.
Okay. Good job.
I'm coming back.
Last one here before the final schmepperty, John.
There's so many choices. I'll go classically trained, 100.
Okay, classically trained for 100. This character, better known to us now as Mario, first appeared in Donkey Kong arcade game in 1981. Ryan.
Who is Jumpman?
That is correct.
Nail on the coffin, driving it home.
These scores are close friends, as you all know. In this final question, this may be the one to change who takes it home. Judge, would you like to take it away with our
I'm going to give them
ultimate endangerment?
Let's say that terminal endangerment.
Terminal endangerment. That sounds kind of dark, actually. I don't like that.
So I can give you the category, then you have to bet.
Okay.
And you're going to tell everybody what you guys bet. So it is Elder Scrolls is the final category.
Okay.
I bet $0.
If someone says sweet roll again, I will find you.
I'm going to give my loot to the guy who told her sweet rolls.
Now you must all vocalize your bets so we can hold them accountable.
So what's your bet?
All right, what are we thinking, friends? All of it?
Well, we can't do Discord on this, right?
Discord won't help you.
Yeah, Discord can't help you. Just see
There is no Discord on this question.
Okay, I got you.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you.
How much are you betting?
I think, yeah, why not? I'll do all of it.
All of it?
Yeah.
All right, John, what are you betting?
Yeah, I gotta go all of it, guys. Gotta do all of it. Let's do it.
Ryan, are you still betting zero?
Still in your zero?
I'm doing zero, man. I don't play that game.
Wow.
I specifically don't play it because I would get lost in it. That's why I can't handle those big old games. All right, just do it. I don't want to hear it. Just get it going. Get it ready to go.
All right. Across all of the Elder Scroll games, how many Elder Scrolls are there?
Frack.
Can the waiting music be?
You don't recognize this tune. I just made it up because of copyright infringement.
And do we write it down?
Can we like try to
Do we elephant noise?
Yeah.
I guess we're just gonna. Oh yeah. I guess. Yeah, that's right.
And then you get
we're
kind
gonna
of
do
like
the
the
honor
fancy version where it's all like.
the honor system. So you're gonna say. Oh, so is it done?
So I'm not going to tell you the answer. You guys are going to tell me the answer.
So
We are
So
out.
we're going to do the honor system since we didn't write it this time like we normally do.
Yep.
So this honor system, they're just going to say it. So you pick.
So, I mean, question, is this for does this include upcoming Elder Scrolls games in the franchise that have already been announced, or?
Are you kidding? They haven't even started writing the story for that one yet.
There was a CG pan into mountainous territory.
Yeah, they haven't started writing it yet.
Well, that's fair. That's why I want to know. Is this previously established Elder Scroll games, or is this announced?
Oh, Captain, my Captain.
I'm assuming, I mean, you would know this. You came up with the question there, Tony.
I do know the question, but it's just the games that are out right now.
Okay, I don't need to name all the games, do I?
No. How many? So it's don't name the name of it. How many Elder Scrolls in the game are there?
Oh, touche.
Honestly, I'm gonna guess about as close as we are at this point. Oh God, I'm so sorry, Malins.
Do we just do hand number, hands, lift up our hands or something?
Just tell me the number. I'm not going to tell you.
All right, okay. Whisper it to me. Whisper.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was saying how many games am I doing? Major full?
Then there's ESO.
Nice.
Something in your eye right there. In a wild twist of events, both of our contestants have guessed 12.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Are you serious?
It's not right.
I mean, did you do
I didn't guess. Is it right?
It's not right.
Well, I didn't think so. At this point, it was like, I think. Hold on, wait, let me count. Oh no.
You would?
You're gonna need to
Oh no.
I got it.
We locked out, and that was our show, everybody. Good night.
So, with that being the case, if that's inaccurate, what is the answer, Tony?
11.
Price is Right rules, so we exceeded, so he's everyone knew.
I would like to point out that the infamous Dr. Kelly won by default, and I hope you're proud. I hope you are proud. for those of you who participated in the Discord. Let's give a round of applause to all of our contestants.
Okay. Now, we've got some loot. And for the people, so each of us are going to pick somebody from our Discord that was very helpful, positive, and that helped us out. And please come up to us outside, and you're going to get some loot. So I had awesome people in mind. Everyone was so helpful. Had a few people who dissented, and I loved it because you should have it, and that was the smart move. But the people who are like me and stayed, I'm so glad to paid out. Don't ever do that again. So the person who helped me and who got so many right and had such good attitude was Midnight Parade. So if you can go out there.
Okay, I love you all. I want to let you know that. I feel bad picking one person because I feel like I'm letting everyone else down. That's the therapist in me. But I think I have to give it to Kitty Tastic for coming in on that full name. I mean, I don't know if I would have
I mean, Team John, you're all my children, you know, and it's hard to pick. You guys were all amazing, but I think Austin Byerman? Hey! Is that not Byerman? Yeah, we had eye contact earlier too, man. That's great. But I love you all. Team John?
And a big shout out as well to the crew who helped get the music going and kept the lights on. Thank you all so much. Woo!
There it is. So what we'll do is, so among these, if you guys can tell people where they can find you. So I guess I'll start. So you can find me, perhaps on Twitter you can reach me. It's DRR Kelly. And so you can find me there. And of course, yeah, I know it's the bane of my existence. At first people said, well, you believe you can fly, and then the whole teen thing. Anyway, so that's my Twitter. And then of course, Geeks Like Us, you can find us on Twitch with threes, or of course, on the Twitter.
I am Wandering Shrink pretty much everywhere on the internet. So at Wandering Shrink, if you are in my fun Discord, you can see how to spell it. If you're in the Discord, you already know how to find me because I live there practically, constantly, and get told that all the time. Otherwise, I am almost everywhere that Geeks Like Us is.
I am pretty horrible at social media. So, I mean, I'm on Instagram and on Discord, obviously, but probably the best way to see what I do and kind of do that is just go to darkhorse.com, see all the products that we're coming out with, like figures and statues. That's kind of what I make. So it's kind of just like, you know, checking out what we're making. Cool. Or if you want to find me on Instagram, you know, shoot me a DM or something like that.
I'm going to find you on Instagram. I'm going to find you on Instagram.
That sounded like a threat.
It is a threat.
That did sound like a threat.
Tony, where are we going to find you?
You can find me on Twitter or any social media at Geek Therapeutics, or on Twitter because you have a 15 character limit on it as Geek Therapeutic. And you can also find us down in the booth area, and we're selling Gemstone dice. We're almost done, and support us on the Kickstarter we just got.
Awesome. And I deleted all my social media for my mental health, so if any of you need permission to do that. But for the sake of professional networking, my name is Dr. Lee Hughes. You can find me on LinkedIn, because that doesn't count as social networking. If you have any questions, you're always welcome to reach out.
You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for being here with Geek Endangerment.